Hey gamers, welcome back to a brand new DSP video. As you can see, I made a discovery, an earth-breaking discovery. There was an option in the iPhone camera feature that I could change the background. I could change to a preset that they had, color, whatever, or I could upload an image. I chose to upload my viewer's canvas for this. So that's what you're seeing behind me. I may change that in the future. This is unprecedented times we're living in. This is crazy, crazy stuff. Maybe Apple will add a green screen feature. Maybe I could use a green screen feature through this. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But that's pretty cool. That's pretty neat if you ask me. But anyways, we're not here to talk about Apple or improvements or how I'm now the most innovative streamer, video recorder guy on the planet. That's not why you clicked the video. We are going to be discussing the South of Midnight bullshit that happened because why not, right? We're all gamers and we all want to know what is DSP's thoughts on South of Midnight. Let's fucking go.
Well, it's chapter 4. Well, guys, let's be honest, all right?
Let's
now
be
we've
honest.
seen what the game is, correct?
Correct.
The game is an old school throwback to platformers of yesteryear.
God. I hate this. I was watching this a little bit. Every time I would tune back in, this dude, this is like old school platformer. There's a tutorial about wall running, and he's like, wall run, dude, that's so Prince of Persia. He never played Prince of Persia. I don't think he ever did. He played maybe one of them, but he didn't play the original, whatever. But he's like, dude, wall running, Prince of Persia, as if like Prince of Persia invented wall running. Every game has wall running. Fucking was he playing Star Wars The Fallen Order Jedi, whatever the fuck, on PS4? And he was doing a wall run and said, wow, dude, Prince of Persia. He was saying just random games. When he first talked about this game, it made sense, right? He said, oh, this is like Infamous. Okay, I can get behind that. That at least makes sense. But it went from that to just throwing out random platformers. And then to say yesteryear is such a boomer terminology. Ugh.
It feels very much like a Ratchet and Clank, a Sly Cooper.
Ratchet and Clank? Isn't Ratchet and Clank a platformer and also, in a way, a collectathon? I mean, maybe not really a collectathon, but whatever, it's a platformer. But it's such a weird comparison. Like, I want to disagree with it because, like, you know, but whatever.
Cooper, right?
Sly Cooper was so random. Like, I don't even know what kind of game Sly Cooper is. I never played it. Maybe I played it once, but I rented it then returned it. But I remember Sly Cooper a little bit.
That kind of game. It's got arena combat, and it's got the platforming aspect. It's got a unique art design. It's got a story that's completely unique as well, and it's got some original and really good music. But sadly, 2025 audiences apparently...
I love... Okay, so the chats... As far as I am to see it in this part of the video, I'm not going to watch the whole stream to, like, get an opinion on his chat. You have Eternal that says, DSP Gaming, it's unfortunate. People aren't giving the game a chance. I like it. I mean, why are we talking about other people's opinion, right? Why can't Eternal just say, I like this game, or whatever? But it's so bizarre that we focus on other people's opinion when so far it seems pretty, like, average. It's like, you know, KickChat saying the game has potential, but where's the support? All these, like, jokes on KickChat, in my opinion, should never be really taken seriously. I don't think there's any reason to even, like, it's honestly a chat for trolls. To a point, obviously. Because it's just a bunch of LARPers. It's like it's more of a hardcore LARPer chat than his YouTube chat. His YouTube chat is weird LARPers. KickChat is like, you know, the crazy LARPers. You know, it's like day and night between the two chats. It's kind of like it's wild, right? Then you have like Cream de Coco, whatever. It says it's a very good game, real talk. Like there are people who like this game, but there's all these other people that say the game's not good, whatever. Which is whatever, but you start to get the idea as you're gonna see that it really does feel that DSP is more mad that people are not validating his decision to play the game. Like he has perceived this notion of, oh, people are not gonna like this game. Oh, people are not gonna like the game. Oh man, blah blah blah. But then you look at the game and it's just like it's a pretty average game. Like honestly, even when the game was announced, it got middling reactions. Either people were like, "Oh, okay, this looks whatever," or looks boring. Like nobody was like, "Oh, this looks so cool. Oh man, I'm hyped." And you didn't see people like, "Oh, fuck this game." I mean, obviously there were some people that were gonna say that. I mean, there was like there were a degree of people saying, "Oh, this game looks like woke slop, whatever." But that kind of came and went. And even when the game came out, that whole thing literally came and went. It was kind of just like nothing. I mean, most people were talking about like it reusing assets from Dragon Age, which I don't even think is true. But that's what people are complaining about. They're talking about all this random stuff about the game, but it's really not like it's not getting as much buzz as you compare it to like any Sony game like God of War, Last of Us 2, uh even recently Ash Creed Shadows. Like these things had more of like of a culture war to it. This literally just came and went because I think at the end of the day, what really this game is, it's just Microsoft. It's just a Microsoft game where they just wanted a game to feature a indie game basically, or to like a smaller budget game and be like, look guys, we feature such a wide array of games, both from AAA to indie. And that's what this kind of game kind of falls under. It's developed by the same people who did We Happy Few and like these non like big games. And I think at the end of the day, that's what is kind of like is echoed through people's reaction. It's like, I mean, even the reviews, the best is like 7 to 8 out of 10. At worst, it's like 5 to 6 out of 10. Like it really is a inoffensive game. And it's kind of weird that DSP wants to go down this woke rabbit hole in a weird way, because I don't even think that argument is even that pertinent, because that argument literally came and went. Like it was like people moved on so fast from this game. Like come on.
Apparently don't like this kind of game. All day I gave it a shot. I mean, I just played it for almost 2.5 hours. I'm
And
giving it a
then
very,
and then I love that he says that the modern gamer. Like what did he say? The modern
but
gamer.
sadly, 2025 audiences apparently don't like this kind of game.
He has said this shit about so many games. And I also love that, like, this is a game of yesteryear. Oh, it's like an old game. There are so many games he has skipped simply because why would they make a game that's like an old game? It's current year. Why do we want a game that plays like a game from the 1990s? Ew. All this shit. He has shat on games for doing that and then praised others for doing the same thing. It's so, like, ridiculous because all it is just cherry picking and narrative driven. It's just like if he likes a game and he wants to force us to watch it, he will force us to sit through. Yeah, this is an archaic old school game, and that's what we love, right? And then but it's a game that he likes. If it's a game he wants to skip, he'll use that against it. It's so like it cherry picks. It's hypocritical. And then to say that, oh, in 2025, modern audience doesn't like this game. He has said the same criticism about other games. He has said modern audience doesn't like X game because of this. He has said the same shit for years. Like, come on.
All day I gave it a shot. I mean, I just played it for almost 2.5 hours. I'm giving it a very fair shake. Personally, I don't dislike it. I mean, I'm not in love with it. I feel like it's a perfectly passable game. And I totally feel like previously in my career as a content creator and a YouTuber, okay, I could have played a game like this and no one would have complained. They would have said, "Oh, it's a
This is low key bullshit because, dude, even like even back when he returned to Twitch and onward, every time people were bitching about the games he played, there are literal rants that DSP goes on about his audience shitting on the game he's playing. He has done this in the past, and this dude is sitting there telling us that that has never happened. This is the first time people have complained about the game he played. Dude, you had people complain about Infinite Wealth. People complain about so many other games. He just told us people complain about him playing Metaphor. And now he's saying, like, dude, I can play anything. And it seems right now, this second, people are now complaining about it. Dude, people have been complaining about every game he plays. Every game. There, like, some of the times I am kind of surprised people are shitting on the game he plays. Like, there's a game where I'm like thinking, okay, like, I've seen everyone love this game. So, naturally, when DSP plays it, people are gonna not shit on it, right? I tune in, oh, this game is boring, this game is not good to watch. I've seen this on, like, both sides. Both on, in DSP's chat, and on, like, people who shit on DSP. And I'm just saying, like, you know, I have said this in the past, where I would challenge people, like, what game do you want to see him play? Like, what game do you think would you tune in to watch DSP play? Like, it's truly, like, interesting that I have noticed way before DSP noticed that his audience has almost shot on every single game. The only games that his audience, ignoring the trolls, have, like, praised or said that they like this is Jade when it comes to chill games. And it's still kind of, like, wrapped around people saying that the game is boring anyway. Like, it's kind of insane. And this is what I've said, like, when you're, like, doing a stream or you're doing something and you're beholden to, like, an audience saying what they like about it, you're gonna go insane. And that's what DSP has done. He has kind of tethered himself to what his chat said about games, and we get these outlandish diatribes about nonsense. When, hey, if you like South of Midnight, why don't you just play it? Like, to just assume, like, it's kind of wild.
it's a fine game. It's unique. I feel like in 2025 things have changed. That the modern gamer is only looking for a particular style or kind of game, and if they don't get it, they just don't care about anything else that tries to be different. In this case,
What? Wait, what? Hold up.
the modern gamer is only looking for a particular style or kind of game,
So they're looking for a certain style of game,
and if they don't get it,
and if they don't get it in a game,
they just don't care about anything else that tries to.
they don't care about anything else that tries to be different. But that doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, like, that's like saying, well, a Marvel movie's trying to be different. Why don't we give a Marvel movie a shot? Yeah, but I don't like the rest of the Marvel movies. Like, why do I want to give this one movie a shot? Like, cool, it tries something different, but that's not what I'm looking for. I mean, it's kind of, like, ridiculous to have that qualifier. Qualifier? Whatever. You know what I mean. It's just dumb to sit there and say, like, oh, they're looking for a certain game. This game doesn't have it. It just tries to be different. Like, yeah, but, like, if they're looking for a game and this game doesn't offer it, but it's so weird to me that he talks about, like, people who are looking to buy a game as if that's how they look about watching a streamer play a game. Like, that's not how that works. People want to watch a streamer play a game, and if it's like South of Midnight or any other game, they may give it a shot because they may have heard this game is pretty average, but I want to see what this guy thinks about it. Maybe I'll give it a chance by watching him play it. And they could say whatever. He kind of, the thing is, what I find interesting as well is these people are saying that the game is bad. They're not saying the stream is bad. They're just saying the game is bad. So why doesn't DSP just say, oh, you think the game is bad? Okay, like, whatever, like, whatever. Why, like, I could play Guilty Gear, and someone could say, oh, I don't like this game. Like, I've played Devil May Cry, and a person in my chat doesn't like the games. And I'm like, okay, I can get that. I mean, I can explain to them like why I think the game is good, and and then just talk to the chat or whatever. Like if like the he doesn't really even like it's insane. One day he says, "Well, it doesn't matter what game I'm playing. You'll come by and watch and hang out and this and that." And then other days, "Oh, they don't like the game, so they're not gonna watch me or whatever." It's really bizarre that he has this like really weird mentality on some games. Some games it's okay to not focus on the game and talk to him. Other games where it's absolutely mandatory that the game has to be interesting, otherwise the stream will fail. It's so weird. And this is why a lot of people just ignore that as noise and go straight down to support. Like Disco Elysium, he's still playing that, even though he said that the engagement is bad, but the support is good. But it's still at the end of the day, like, he can't bring himself to stop playing it because, again, he gets a lot of support. It's really weird. And this is like the nonsense of it. And again, this is why no streamer talks about their opinion on what's a successful stream publicly. He sees it as a good thing because he's being honest and transparent, but this is stuff the viewer doesn't need to know because then they're gonna start to naturally think about why is he saying this, and then when you start to like even go by off what he says, how he acts, or whatever, you're gonna just go insane. Like, this is factually why there's no value in being transparent in this way. When people want to be honest, it's about like other stuff. Like it is so like this is why he's a lol account and why I make videos. Is this kind of shit? It's insane, insane.
To be different. In this case, this is a combination of the old school with some cool artistic design and a really good soundtrack. I feel like this is fine Game Pass fare. Okay.
Oh my god. I hate this dude. This is fine Game Pass fair. This dude just really makes Game Pass sound like a shitty service because he's really just like, yo, there's all these shitty games on it, so it's pretty good. Like, before people were like pogging about Game Pass because it's a subscription service where you can play like a wide variety of games, both like that are like good games that are like high profile, whatever. Like it's a wide library. Like people like compared to renting a game. But DSP gets Game Pass and he acts as if it's like, yeah, it's like slop, you know. Like he kind of makes Game Pass seem like a waste of money in a way. It's such a backhanded compliment, and then when people like call him out and saying that this sounds like a backhanded compliment, it's like, no, I'm saying it's good because you want like a good variety of games, but it's like, what does that mean, right? He has played good games that are also on Game Pass alongside this game or other games that are bad too. Like it's so annoying. And I fucking hate it. I fucking hate how this dude like weaponizes fucking Game Pass. Like nobody talks about Game Pass like this.
Like anyone who has Game Pass, I don't know why you wouldn't want to play it.
And
Okay.
I love when he says, "Well, you could get Game Pass. Why don't you play it, man? It's on Game Pass. Blah blah blah." My guy, there are all these other games you avoid to play that are on Game Pass. And guess what this dude says as one of the many reasons? My time is valuable. When you grow up, you learn time is valuable. And this and that. He fucking loves about talking about how time is valuable and it's worthwhile and blah blah blah. And now he's arguing, why don't you just play this game? You can take the time playing South of Midnight and do a bunch of other things that are more valuable, right? Because if you play the game and you end up not liking it, you're gonna say, oh, this is a waste of time. But whatever. I mean, sure, there's no money investment if you're already a sub to Game Pass, but then wouldn't the value be in the time you spent? I mean, it's whatever. I mean, it's a video game. You're technically literally wasting time just by the nature of video games. But like, it's ridiculous that this dude says this when he has told us over the years that how time is valuable and people need to value their time. and this and that. And now he's like, why didn't you just give this game a chance, man?
Okay, I feel like it's
Okay.
fine. As for I
But
can't even
again,
chat in my own.
what ringing endorsement is that? Oh, guys, it's Game Pass. Why don't you play it, man? Like, wow, what a ring endorsement. I'm definitely gonna buy it or play it now. Like, isn't Devil May Cry also on fucking Game Pass? Play that game instead. I don't know. I don't think it is. Whatever. Uh, Destiny's not on Game Pass. I thought it was. Wrong. Persona 3 Reload's on Game Pass. That's worth it. That's a great game. See how that works?
My own chat. That's how Kick is so screwed up today. As for paying for it, I don't know how much the game even costs.
Oh look, a dude in his kick chat. No, we want $40 woke slop games. Some people just want Phil to be raging and screaming at the top of the screen.
Because I got it via Game Pass, right? But I don't understand why in both of my chats today we had so many people literally just dumping on the game because it's just unwarranted. What it is people follow trends.
Dude, some of the people that were shitting on the game were just saying this looks boring. This is a bad game. Like, that's not really explaining where they're coming from. And again, just because they're saying it's a bad game doesn't mean that you can't have a positive interaction with these people either. Like, you can literally just sit there and say, "Oh, you think this game is bad?" I mean, I don't think the game is that bad. Like, I like the art style, and it's kind of fun. But it is what like. But this is the issue that DSP always runs into, and he never understands it. Right? Why can't he just the stuff he does during the podcast? Right? He could have these discussions during gameplay. And he's like, no, man, you gotta do the podcast to get through these things, so it doesn't derail the gameplay. It's so because it goes back to how he described his YouTube career, right? Where it would be like an isolation booth where he wasn't interacting. But then when he went to Twitch in 2017, he was talking about transgender bathrooms. He was talking about all kinds of stuff. And he was like, wow, guys, this is very interactive. This is actually pretty interesting. And then we slowly started to walk back to, let's just talk about the game that we're playing, okay? Let's not talk about anything else. This has nothing to do with the game we're playing. And it's like, what happened? I thought we were an interactive streamer. He tells us he's an interactive streamer, but then, like, it's very nonsensical. Because one game, he's open to talk about anything. Another day, no, let's keep talking about this specific game. Don't talk about any other game. And it's like, why? Why are we doing this weird, like, some games we can be interactive, some games we don't? But you'll notice a running theme mostly is that a lot of the games that we can have interactive talk are games where you can literally put the controller down and have the gameplay itself. Then we can talk. He cannot at all play a game and talk or anything. He can't do that at all. Like, at all. Because this dude is so terrified of, like, talking and then dying and then people laughing at the deaths. Even though, like, people can watch it and say, well, he's talking. Of course he's gonna die there, man. But he's such a little bitch. He's such a little bitch. He can't just play a game and, like, fail and talk. Like, just like he can't play River City Girls with Cat, because if Cat dies, then we run the risk of people doing it. This is how you don't play River City Girls, where they both die a lot and they both get annoyed and people laugh at them getting annoyed at the game. We can't possibly have that. That is not at all what we want. We can only do co-op games where a cat can just sit there and not do anything, or there's no fail states. It is so insane how this dude cannot do anything when it comes to a video game, because he takes it so seriously. And so then, when there's nothing else to talk about, of course, when all that's left on the table is talking about the game, and people have the opinion that it's not a good game, what can you do? Especially with a dude who gets angry easily. Because this dude gets so mad so quickly. It is kind of like insane. This stream, I think, was the stream that he talked about the Canadian tariffs on, not the Canadian tariffs, the delay on Switch 2 because of the tariffs that America was imposing on the world, basically. And when he was asking people to explain to him, like, how does that affect Canada, he was getting mad about it. And he was not, like, listening at all to other people. Like, it was wild. This dude has a problem. And it's, like, kind of like, he's not that self-aware about it, because the only time he talks about, yeah, man, I get angry, I get heated, is only when he's able to, like, profit off of the opportunity to, like, see, guys, I'm not that bad, guys. Yeah, I get angry, but I know that this and that. Like, look at all the times last year when this dude was like, yeah, guys, I know I got angry during Street Fighter, but I'm gonna try to calm myself down. And all this other bullshit, it's all just to, like, just a virtue signal, just to make him look good. But it means nothing when you don't do anything to try. Like, there are times where I get mad and frustrated when I play Guilty Gear, and this is something that, like, I do actively try to, like, control and understand, like, why am I getting this mad? Like, maybe I should find other ways to cope with it. Maybe I should take a break from it. Maybe, like, these are things that you have to kind of, like, try. And this dude doesn't, like, acknowledge, like, he thinks that acknowledging the problem is saying, I have a problem and I should try to not be angry during a fighting game, or try to find ways to not get angry. But these are not active ways, because it also seeps into how he talks to people. And that's another area that he doesn't try to better himself. And the most he tries is just to ignore it, but it's like, again, if you're saying the game is bad, why don't you just say, like, okay, you think the game is bad, that's fine. Like, what's bad about it? Because I think this game is solid. Like, I like the art style. Like, he doesn't have to sit there and think, I don't love the game. Like, you can love the game, DSP, it's fine. Or, whatever. But he didn't make it far enough to really have an opinion. But he could just sit there and say, I think the game is fine. Like, the gameplay is solid, But he always talks about outside factors about the game. But he lets outside factors discuss other stuff about how he perceives games as well. He's not better than anyone else.
Trends and fads and don't want to think for themselves. In general, this game has not got stellar reviews. I
mean, look at it, how he talked about Ascreet's Shadows. He literally was, like, going by what other people said online about it. And it's like, I don't think I mean, again, to me, it's like it's an Assassin's Creed game. I mean, I don't think these games are that historically accurate to begin with. Like, why are we suddenly just talking about historical accuracy to a game where it had, like, fucking Templars and, like, magic fruits and all this other nonsense? Like, I don't think this is the game to talk about historical accuracy. To talk about authenticity, I guess, is slightly different, but at the same time, there's other stuff in media where they had a Black Samurai and it did not have nearly as much of a fanfare as Ascreet Shadows did when it did it. But, like, instead of having the thought of, like, well, maybe this may not be that big of a deal or whatever, he decides to just either side with the people who are shitting on it and say, yeah, man, this sucks, and then still play the game to then drop it. It's just, are you any better, my guy? Like, I don't know. Like, whatever.
I think people are saying on Metacritic it's in the 70s right now. So because every mainstream place didn't kiss its butt.
70s is not a bad review. Again, as I said, this game just looks average. Like, I mean, of course, when a game is average, there's a higher chance that people are going to say this game sucks than anything else, sure. But at the same time, it's not a bad game. But this guy cannot play the game because he can't handle his audience not validating his choice to play the game. Because he was going into this game nervous. Because when this was announced at E3 or Game Fest or whatever the fuck, he did bring up that, oh, this game does look woke. Oh, people are gonna say this game is woke. And he kind of, like, people, like, kind of seasoned the waters with it for him, where they were talking about it being woke and this and that. And then also the current climate of people talking about woke games and shit like that. Like, I think he just got very insecure about playing this game. Like it's really like, you know, if someone bought Ask Your Shadows, for example, there may be a sliver of them feeling, oh God, like, am I like, am I playing woke slop? Am I gonna be made fun of for playing this game? And it's like, who cares? Like, at the end of the day, like it's kind of like how I feel about when people like stop being fans of DSP, and then they get mad when trolls don't think that they're truly over with DSP and this and that, and they get mad about that. But it's like, look, if you truly don't like DSP, it should not matter what I think. It shouldn't matter what DSP thinks. All that matters is what you think about it. Give things a chance if you want. If you don't like it, it is what it is. Like, he decided to play this game, and all we've been hearing is how he's just saying buzzwords. Like, that's all he's been saying about the game, to be fair. It's nothing very meaningful. It's just, wow, this game is like this game. This game is like that game. Like, there's really nothing, like, genuine. It was kind of like him going through the motions. But it's a Game Pass game. Like, why are we afraid to just play the game? But then he looks at chat and it's like, this chat, the chat's not validating my choice of playing the game. And look at him now. Like, his chat right now, it says, relax. Flatman B says, relax, boys, is smooth sailing from here. Bookworm says, it's fine. Your fans want you to play the first Berserker. I feel different and unique would be a Mirror's Edge. The game South of Midnight just looks generic to me. You're giving, I guess it means way too much credit, in my opinion. I mean, I do think the visual style is interesting, but whatever. I mean, it is, again, but oh my God, Mitch Pinto says a different opinion than me, guys. I can't believe it. I'm saying this, he's not giving my opinion a chance, guys. Oh my God. Now I'm like fucking freaking out. Phil, when is the Hello Kitty Isle Adventure stream? It's an 8 out of 10. Red face. Shrug. On Kick. No, we want. Okay, I've read that already. Some people just want. Okay, I've read that already. Man, it stayed there for a long time. Some Street Fighter 6 ring matches. Yeah, we're not. Yeah, we're ever gonna get that again.
It's bad. And I disagree. Like, I legitimately disagree. I think that this would be a game that is a fine weekend game. You get it on Game Pass, you play it throughout 3 days, you relax, you enjoy the ride. It's nothing you're going to remember when you start talking about Game of the Year, but at the same time, there's absolutely a place in gaming for a game like this. That being said, it's obvious this is not a game that resonates.
Oh my God, look at Bookworm. Oh my God, guys. People just don't like it. You don't have to look into that any further. Yeah, he doesn't have to. Like, again, like, there are tweets I have seen about this game that I don't agree with. I think a lot of people are being kind of like, not semantics, like petty about it. Sure. But but I have seen other people say that this game looks generic and this, that I'm not going to assume random, like, bad faith arguments or whatever. I mean, there's no point in doing that. And again, sometimes if there's an argument you don't want to have, you don't have to do it. You could just walk away. But this dude is so locked. He's so locked into this mindset where we have to talk about the game when we play the game. Like, of course, this is what it's going to devolve into naturally. But it doesn't even have to be this way. Because you could talk about the game and talk about other aspects. Like, you could say, like, well, how many games have this kind of art style? And then someone could say any other game, and then they could name a game. Like, oh, okay, so like, I'm gonna have to check that game out. But the thing is, he'd say that and then never check it out. Like, that's where DSP is in life. He'll say he'll check something out and never check it out. Oh my God, this is a little sidebar. I don't know if I'll catch it in the other podcast, that I want to watch, but I want to say it now. Someone told him, hey Phil, the Devil May Cry anime is on Netflix. Are you gonna check it out? And he said, it's on Netflix. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. And that response is so annoying. Why can't he just say no? He doesn't want to watch it. First off, it's an anime. Do you think DSP is gonna watch anime? Anime scares him. He thinks it's for babies. He thinks if he watches anime that he's gonna suddenly get invested in body pillows. That's how scared he is of anime. Secondly, uh, no. It sounds like it has a story and it's episodic and there's like characters and character development and other stuff that he doesn't want to watch. He'd much rather watch animals eat each other and fuck or whatever the fuck that these reality shows show him, or watching people eat food. That's what he wants to watch. And wrestling. Anime, no. Squid Game, no. Nothing else, because everything else is dumb and he has no time for it. But let me tell you, he'll watch House Hunters. Does he even watch that? I don't know. He'll watch cooking shows. He'll watch that. But no, he's not gonna watch fucking Devil May Cry. But why? Why pretend? Why pretend? Why say maybe I will, maybe I won't? Why not just say no? It's so annoying. It's such a nitpick, but just in general, if I'm sitting there and if someone says that to me, I'm really gonna look at them and be like, so you're not gonna watch it then? And then if they fight back saying, I said maybe I will, man. It's like, yeah, but you know, if you were gonna watch it, you would just say you're gonna watch it. So you don't have to lie to me, dumbass. Like I would not like humor the fucking nonsense. Like fuck off.
Resonates with my audience. The people who are in chat are literally just complaining, besides a few. There's been a few people who are like, yeah, it's actually not that bad. But most people are just sitting here and complaining that it's terrible. And no lie, lost over 150 viewers when I started playing it.
What's funny? This stream, he did the whole stream and didn't want to change games at all. Meanwhile, this dude talked himself out of playing the Fatal Fury beta. Like, he was that terrified of, like, getting mad, he decided to run to Inzoi, a fucking AI game. Okay.
We started with almost 300 viewers on the podcast, and we had, you know, a good amount of viewers on Kick. Now we're down to less than 200 on YouTube and less than 40 on Kick, which is way low. Engagement, like I said, most people complaining, saying they don't like it, and support's not existing. Like, all the support came in during the podcast. I received one.
Dude, you know what's insane? There are so many streams where he told us, let's hit the goal before the game starts. Let's do this before the game starts. Well, so those streams where, let's say they hit the goal in the podcast. Look at this. He's gonna weaponize getting money in the podcast and not in the game, but it's the same stream. And regardless, it's still this and goes to the same wallet. But this dude will sit there and be like, "Oh, I got all the money in the podcast." But how come other games that's bad, but other games it's good, right?
One super chat and like $1 tip playing this game today. So all I can say is I gave it a shot. Did I not? Can you blame me when it's a situation like this where I'm saying the game's not bad? I would definitely consider playing it further, but everyone is telling me don't play it. It sucks. Move on.
Nobody said move on, and like I mean, again, at least from what I've seen, they're just saying they don't like the game or whatever. Again, it doesn't really mean anything. Again, watching a stream is way different than buying a game. But he talks about this as if we're buying a game. But that's how boring DSP is. Again, he puts all of the responsibility of entertaining the audience in the game. Like, that is insane. Like, normally when people stream and they're not getting an audience, they're not gonna blame the game. Most of them, they're probably gonna say, am I just not interesting? What am I not doing that's getting people to, like, watch or talk or whatever? But instead, he sees it as the game. Because then he'll say, well, as you can see, this time, you're all talking to me, so it's clearly not the game. But it's like, what do you want?
So for those who wanted to see me play South of Midnight, I apologize. I wish you were here today. Really, I do. because I don't know where everyone went. They certainly weren't here for this game. I was planning on playing it again tomorrow. I'm not playing.
I have not seen his chat thirst for this game at all. When he was talking about this game, people were already kind of saying, "Oh, skip it," and this and that. Like, they were already telling him that though. Like, I don't remember a lot of people. I think maybe only Jade, but even Jade, I don't know. Because I'm thinking about it, I think Jade said this game made him feel bad. I think, I don't know, but it just did not. I don't know. It did not. I don't think it worked out. And again, it's funny, right? He bragged. He bragged about, like, in the daily. I almost said the other day. This daily rap in that day, April 8th daily rap. I want everyone to just keep in mind. He bragged about making a lot of money. During the birthday stream, and then like a few days before that, he made a lot of money. So like, it doesn't matter that he didn't hit the goal and this and that. Like, just keep that in mind.
Not playing it again. I'm not stupid. Again, old DSP would have been like, well, we're going to keep playing. I'm going to keep forcing my audience to watch this.
Dude, he dropped games because of the audience in the past, and he has forced through games in specific situations. And again, like, there are a lot of games he was really. I was, well, I don't know how surprised I was about Asking Shadows, because I feel like he would have dropped that, especially that he got it for free and all this stuff. I think these subscription services kind of made it more okay for him to drop it, to be honest. But he went through other games before. But what else? I just feel we're gonna get another game where his chat, like a dragon, like a dragon. That, oh my god, I can't get a break. I don't know this number. They can talk to my voicemail. Anyways, people complained about Like a Dragon to the point he was asking people, should I skip Like a Dragon, Pirates in Hawaii? And people were like, yeah. The only people were saying was, play it if you want, but I don't care. And then people were like, don't play it, and all this other stuff. And guess what? He's forcing us to watch the game and for him to and for him to beat it. That's where we're at. And this dude is saying, like, I don't do that, guys. But also remember, earlier this year, he was telling us that now he's gonna just drop games. He's gonna play games, try them out, and then drop them. So if that's the case, why are we acting as if like this is a terrible thing or a thing that we're gonna have to accept? I thought that we already accepted this.
Watch this game that obviously no one likes. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to move on, and we're going to do other stuff that people want. All right? So sorry to those who liked it. Personally, I didn't dislike it, and I feel like it's a passable game.
I didn't dislike it.
I feel like this is the same as playing Ratchet and Clank or Sly Cooper. But the thing is, Ratchet and Clank and Sly Cooper are from a different era of gaming that people feel nostalgic for them.
Dude, people still want more Ratchet and Clank. Like, that's why I feel like a lot of people don't like these Marvel games, like Spider-Man, this, that, because it's like, can we get like Ratchet and Clank again? Like, we got one Ratchet and Clank game, and that was pretty good. And then after that, we're back to Spider-Man, Wolverine, and they're doing more Marvel games. And this dude is acting like, well, these were from another era. Dude, a Ratchet and Clank game came out on the PS fucking 5, my guy. Do you remember that was a launch title?
For them and still like them. This is trying to replicate that style of game in the modern era, and everyone wants to dump on it for various reasons. I do feel the whole, oh, it's woke. It's not woke. You're just racist. There's nothing woke about this game right now. Now, I don't know. I didn't get...
Now, I love this argument because, I mean, there are times where some people like do come off that way, but again, I don't want to go to that like label that quickly. I usually, if I see people say something is woke, I try to say like, so like, what it be like? I feel like a lot of times when people say something is woke, it kind of boils down to a lot of the argument of, oh, this is just a token game. Oh, they put this game to like please no quota. These are like, arguments I feel are very cynical in nature. Like these are going off of the assumption that they are doing these through for quotas and all this stuff that you can't really prove or disprove. Like this is stuff that like anyone gets to, because I mean sure, companies have done this in the past. I mean it's not that outlandish, but at the same time, like, what is to say that this is an honest game that this developer wanted to make that has all these things? Like you can't really like argue that, but these are very like specific instances, and I kind of feel it's not like, out of all the people to make this claim, I don't think DSP is the kind of guy that should be making these claims or should be having these conversations because he is not going to be willing to have these arguments. He'd probably sit there and be like, okay, we're done talking about it. Let's move on, guys. Okay, I just want to play the game. So why talk about this? Like, there are so many instances about this. Like, because I've talked about like games being too political in this, which I mean I do think some of these people are either like just criticizing some of the ham-fisted nature in some games. Like again, I have argued a lot about Last of Us 2 in my own way, and that's that. Like I'm not gonna argue other people and try to win the argument. So I'm gonna do another shout out to the Bill Burr podcast because he taught me something that is actually good advice, guys. Okay, so in Greek there's philosophia and Philoniki, whatever. One is like the love of victory, where you're arguing to win an argument. You don't care about what the other person's saying. You're just arguing to win it. The other is the love of philosophy or whatever the fuck. And I think that, and he's like, that should be what everyone should do. Just, say your point, listen to people, and then like move on. You don't have to like be at each other's throats. You don't have to like argue. Just like say your point and move on, and you don't have to like, you don't need to argue to win it. Just know when to move on. And DSP is not that guy. He is not that kind of guy. Because like at the end of the day, like I've argued about Last of Us 2 to many people. A lot of people I talk to, it's like, oh, this and that. It's like I get it. I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and say that, oh, you guys just hate the game for no reason. Like I see why people don't like the game. But I have my own issues. I have my own issues with it. But DSP is sitting there just saying labels and stuff like that are just gonna like not gonna like work out. And it's not like a fun argument to have. You just say blatantly, you must be a racist if you think this game is woke. But what if these people are just saying that and that's not their argument? Again, like at the end of the day, I feel like that this is why I think like when anyone says this is woke, I just kind of don't take them seriously because it's such a meaningless word at this point. It's so used to the point where like we even have like people in government that say, "Oh, we're gonna end woke." It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? What does that mean? Like it means it lost all meaning. So it's like it can't even be defined anymore because it's like this. And at the end of the day, the thing is that's so frustrating about DSP is that this guy is a bad faith actor. Because like go back to the Last of Us 2 segment, he talks about agendas and the agendas are nonsense. He'll tell one guy, "Oh, they're pushing a liberal agenda, man." They'll tell the next guy in the same thread, "No, I'm saying that the agenda is that the game is getting high scores. That's the agenda here." So it's like, wait, what are you talking about? And then this guy's talking about this, like, we don't need this. He could have just said that nobody in chat likes this game and people are not enjoying it, and he could have left it at that. Why are we talking about racism? Why go to that can of worms out of nowhere? Why? Why?
Trying to get further in, but right now, the first 2.5 hours I just played, there's zero woke in this game.
And again, he was playing this, and that's the other thing I kept tuning into. Would he be saying like, I like this, and what's woke about? I don't see anything woke. I mean, you just listen to me, trust me, guys. I would know if it's something woke. What's woke about this? And I don't know if the chat ever responded to what was woke about it or what, but he never really like read a response. So I don't even know if the chat responded to it because he didn't read a response. So like It's so weird, right? Did anyone in chat say, "Oh, it's woke because look at the main character, man"? Like, that's why it's kind of like Looney Tunes to really sit there and take people just blanket saying it's woke and all this stuff because it's a nothing statement. And again, this dude will say, "I don't see what's woke about it," and then doesn't read anyone's response to that. So I don't know if they responded. I'll never know. I'll never know.
And if you say it is, you're a fucking liar. And I'm tired of people who lie
And
about
you're a
this stuff
liar.
to try to, oh, you see, it's woke, and then now it's not going to do good. It has nothing to do with the game being woke at all.
This is again like going on Twitter and seeing people say that and then thinking that's what everyone thinks and this and that. Like Twitter says a lot of dumb shit, dude. Like it really was like he started that day, looked at Twitter and saw people saying, it's woke, go broke," and he thinks that's what like people are saying.
Really. And if you think that, you're just a part of a stupid internet mob
You're
that
part
can't
of the
think for yourself.
problem.
All right. If you want to
Think for
criticize it, be
yourself.
like, well, it plays like an old school game. I don't like that. All the combat's arena combat. The platforming's too easy. Those are legitimate criticisms of the game. I'll
Wait,
say if you want to criticize it and be like, well, it plays like an old school game. I don't like that. All the combat's arena combat. The platforming's too easy. Those are legitimate criticisms.
so I'm gonna assume because sometimes DSP does this thing that also kind of gets annoying. He'll just say what people are saying throughout the stream, and then say it as his own, and explain that that's like a good criticism. But okay, so I'm gonna assume that that's what people said, right? And because a lot of people have said a lot of these woke games are easy, yellow paint, and this and that. But like, I mean, if you want to say that that's not what woke games are, I mean, that's also a point because, I mean, that was going on even before this woke thing kind of like picked up momentum anyway. Because I even remember back in the PS3 era, people were saying, yeah, normal is basically easy at that point. I mean, PS3 to PS4, that was happening a lot. But it's, it's whatever. Like, again, you're like, he's just at this point deciphering shit posting. And it's like, why are we focusing on that? Why don't you just talk about, like, just the game? Again, he could have just said that people weren't vibing with the game and moved on from that. We don't need to, like, argue about how you're right or whatever. This is, like, really, really dumb and unnecessary. This is what DSP does a lot of. He just unnecessarily does shit that piss people off. And it's not intentional or like, funny. It's just, why? Like,
Criticisms of the game. I'll say you're in that regard, valid things to say. But if you're complaining, oh, the game's woke, you're just a fucking loser. And I'm tired of people following this stupid, brainless mentality. I must do what everyone else on the internet.
But this is like bullshit, though. He doesn't mean this. He's only saying this because it's affecting his stream right now. Well, perceived, right? But if he was not playing this game and people were saying that, he would not be this offended. Because this dude is only offended when it affects him. If it doesn't affect him, he could care less. Like, again, there's so many other games that have gone, like, shat on, and he would mindlessly join it without even playing the game. And say, well, yeah, because nobody wants woke games, guys. Yeah, fuck them. But if it's a game, he's like, guys, why are you shitting on the game for being woke, guys? Or you'll play a game that people are saying this game is fucked up or whatever. He's like, well, guys, people are just trying to be funny in modern days, man, or whatever the fuck. But he only cares when he is affected by it. He doesn't care otherwise. Because this dude is ignorant. Like, that's why, like, there's no value in, like, really pointing out what his political leanings, because even as much as, like, I like to think that I wouldn't say he's a Trump supporter, to be fair. I don't think he's, like, a diehard Trump supporter. I don't think he owns a red hat. I don't think he would run to the polls, because I would still say he would stay home regardless, because he doesn't care about voting. I don't think he would vote at all, no matter what. The only way I think he would vote is if, like, because he said if his vote mattered, he'd vote. Like, if he, like, cared about if Washington was a swing state, he'd vote. He would brag about it. He would like that would be his personality because he'd feel so cool. Yeah, my vote swayed an election. Yeah, man. Yeah, eat that. Like that's what he'd do basically. But since he can't have any attention for voting, he stays home. So he's a committed non-voter, which look, I don't think there's anything innately wrong with non-vote. Oh my god, this is getting political yet again. But this is not I don't think anyone's gonna be offended by what I'm gonna say about this. It's one thing to not vote and have an understanding that you don't like either candidate. Like I can understand that. That I understand. Neither candidate is gonna do what you want, and you don't like either, and this and that. Like okay, but the people who don't vote out of sheer ignorance, I think is kind of you know, you can't complain about when something doesn't go your way if you're not that informed on who's running in any election at all. You should at least have some kind of involvement in what's going on to make any decision. But whatever. So that's why I don't think he's a Trump supporter. As a conservative, I think he has a lot of conservative tendencies because I think all that's out of sheer ignorance. He doesn't understand anything else outside of what he's grown to understand. Because for a while, a lot of things that are progressive, may not be fully understood by a lot of people, or they may not see it, or fully understand whatever. And DSP has no intention of understanding anything. He doesn't because he gives us the I think everyone should be happy, which is a blanket statement. No, who's gonna sit there and say, yeah, I think people should suffer. Yeah, they should get fucked up. Fuck them. No one's gonna say that. Innate, at all, unless they want to start an argument or something, or they're being facetious. But DSP is sitting there saying, yeah, I want everyone to be happy. Of course. I just think he's just simply an ignorant person. I don't think he's a liberal guy because if this dude is a leftist, then I that would surprise me. I would be blown away that a left leaning guy would have such insane takes that go against a lot of other left wing people. That would be insane. I just think he's just simply an ignorant person because he doesn't understand anything. The politics show proved that. At the very least, this dude is just ignorant. He's just simply ignorant, and being ignorant doesn't necessarily mean he's a malicious guy either. This is why, when people say that DSP's racist, it doesn't mean he's gonna he goes around and just wears the KKK outfits and do all this crazy stuff. It's just that he has an ignorant viewpoint because it doesn't affect him. If it doesn't affect him, he doesn't really fully understand anything. And it extends into this. This is such a great video. I love my videos. My videos are great. Everyone loves my videos. But that's what annoys me when it comes down to this kind of stuff, that it's just empty statements that he only says out of safety of it doesn't affect me. But when it affects him, he goes in this little insecure rant about how nobody's listening to him and people are going on rants and tirades and all this other stuff. But it's you have participated in that same thing, but it's because now that's affecting you. You're seeing how annoying it is, but it means nothing because when another game comes out that you're not going to play or care about, that's going to be part of this whole anti-woke thing, you're gonna shit on that too, or not care about it, or whatever the fuck, or say, yeah guys, see, nobody wants woke bullshit. Right now, no, it's very easy to shit on Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog has a lot of people who are shitting on the game. This dude is gonna shit on that game and say, the left prophet's woke. Yeah guys, fuck Neil Druckmann, because it's easy to shit on him. But since this game was a game he was somewhat interested in, and people were saying this game is woke, fuck this game, now it's bad. But again, he only is saying this because it's affecting him. He doesn't give a fuck.
It says and follow. If there's someone who says it's woke, I must listen. It's not woke. There hasn't been a single woke moment in this game.
But what
But
was woke about Neil Druckmann's Last of Us? But he said the wokeness is the feel good mentality. But what was feel good about Last of Us 2? It was a game about revenge. People were dying, people were getting hurt. I mean, it's a post-apocalyptic game. I mean, of course, you're gonna see fucked up shit. But like, what was woke about it? Oh, Abby has muscles. Okay. Like, but he can't tell you what it is because he was like, oh yeah, it has these things, but like, you know, whatever. It's just nonsense. I don't think he understands what he's talking about half the time.
but like I said, as a person who I'm not streaming for myself, right? I'm not. This is the kind of game I absolutely would keep playing it. I have no problems with it whatsoever. But stream wise, I have to stream stuff that people want to see. Through your actions today of people quitting the stream, not engaging, saying the game sucks, and not supporting, you're telling me you don't want this and that you would like me to do something else. So I will listen to
Why can't he just say that? Why can't he just say that?
Okay? There's not going to be any more South of Midnight. I tried. And if you're watching this on demand and you feel sad, I'm sorry. But that's the difference. I can't just keep doing things that don't work. I'm not going to keep, slamming my head into the wall. We'll do something.
He literally bragged about slamming his head into the wall but every time he slams into a brick would move ever so slightly or whatever the fuck. Like he would literally brag about that. Yeah, Rich. He would say like, I'm like hitting my head against the wall. Is that, but like, yeah, it's kind of productive, but ever so much the wall moves. The wall moves, man. I know, man. He bragged about that. Even recently he bragged about that. But now he's like, I can't do this, man. I can't keep bashing my head against the wall. Okay.
Something different. There's a million other things that we can do that people want me to do. They keep asking, will you play this game? Will you play this game? Okay. So for South of Midnight, it's perfectly passable Game Pass fare, in my opinion.
Why can't
I have no problems with the game as a Game Pass
try
game.
it on the night stream. Why not?
And I do feel like there's an audience for it. I guess it's just not my
Think
audience.
for yourself, you fucking loser.
All right.
All right.
So for South of Midnight, that's it from me, DSP. I hope that you enjoyed the gameplay I put out. Personally, I do think that the game is good, but my audience disagrees, and there's not much that I can really do about that.
We can find it.
Okay? Thanks at least for watching the little bit that I played, and, all I could say is this. Moving forward, if you like a game, show up for it. I'm only going to, I got to do stuff on stream that people want. It's obvious through your actions. You're saying you don't want this, so that's fine. We'll move on. Okay.
When supper.
The only thing that sucks is I really wanted to do the DSP Tries It today because, like I said, my wife got home from work and would have loved to have food ordered. Now we're going to have to cook.
She would love food to order,
last minute, which sucks. We were really hoping we were going to hit the goal, but, I can't make people support if there's something they don't like, right?
Nonsense.
All right, well,
you
enough
can
of
do
that.
it. Come on. Just be like, guys, pay
that
me.
Was a dud,
or
for sure.
I
wonder how you even uninstall games.
Whatever. How do you uninstall games?
Figure this out.
Oh,
because I have a bunch of Game Pass games installed that I never uninstalled.
Time to learn Game
Yeah, I
Pass.
still have freaking Microsoft Flight Simulator, Stalker 2, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. They're still installed. I have to figure out how to uninstall them. All right. Well, guys, that's it for the stream.
What?
For those who did stick around, I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out with me today.
Right?
All right. I hope that even if you didn't like the game, I hope at least you had fun and you enjoyed yourselves. All right. Remember tonight, we are continuing on with Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii on the late stream. So that's going to be chill fun.
All right.
That I hope you'll show.
Okay, he's going to stall. We don't need to watch this. I wonder how good YouTube search is. If I do Daily Rep, will it show me DSP? No, it doesn't. Daily Rep by Bollywood Now. Oh, man. Hold up, look at this. Does that kind of look like DSP? That's something DSP would wear. Daily Rep at EGX Digital. Sponsored content. Dude, and that title kind of looks like something DSP would type. This is like an alternate, and he has kind of like a goatee, dude. This is like an alternate universe DSP, and he has. That's like, oh my god, this is like alternate DSP with alternate cat and alternate rainbow. No, that's Leanna. This is the alternate universe where like it's like someone goes back in time and they like cut a piece of grass or they kill a butterfly and suddenly you have like this is what happens. You have Leanna, DSP, and a Rambo, even has the hat and the beard. This is like a different kind of like. Let's see how it starts out. Oh, this is must be a stream. Okay, we're just gonna like. Oh god, no, mute it. Oh god, and it's like on Discord too. Oh man. Oh god, this guy looks fucking creepy. She looks like she doesn't want to be there. She's like, yeah, I'm here, and he's like, look at something else, and then this guy is like, yes, I'm here. It's like this is like in a horror movie. This is like Unfriended 3. No, is that what that movie is called? Unfriended 3, whatever. Okay. Let's go to the daily wrap. 3 problems with the Nintendo Switch 2. What were they thinking? Dude, these thumbnails. Look how monotonous these thumbnails look. It just looks like the same DSP. And like sometimes the timestamp like blocks his face, so it looks like he's saying an expletive and it's like censored. Let's see. Yeah, it was this one.
To the daily wrap for what was Tuesday, the 8th of April, 2025. Let's talk about what happened today. All right. Today was going to be an interesting day because we were trying out a brand new game. And it was the first day that I was getting back into the swing of things after several days kind of messed up with my.
Okay.
I'm going to summarize as best as I can.
All
Level 1
right.
podcast went pretty well. We talked about various topics like now Canada having the pre-order of the Switch 2 being delayed as a result of the American tariffs, which is kind of weird. And we talked about why that would be. We talked about what had happened, with the birthday marathon and the results of all of that, how we were going to do a new reward that if I hit a goal today, we were going to hit 10 goals hit, and I was going to do a Little Caesars DSP Tries It, and many other things. It was a really chill podcast that was just a lot of fun. I was glad to do one because we hadn't done one since freaking Friday beforehand, right? So it was a good time, and then we jumped into the new game, South of Midnight.
Oh shit.
I'm going to be honest with you.
All right, let's be
as
honest.
transparent as I possibly can be.
Okay.
I liked South of Midnight. To me, the game felt like a combination of a classic platforming action game like Ratchet and Clank or Sly Cooper or even Prince of Persia with its platforming and combat mechanics. But certainly it feels like the gameplay is a throwback. It doesn't feel like there's any real modernizations. It feels like they're intending the game to play like an older game. But the graphics and the story actually aren't that bad. Okay? To be honest with everyone. Okay? I was playing the game and literally, and this is so annoying. The entire time I played it, both chats, YouTube and Kick, sat there saying, this game's woke. This game's woke. Everyone knows that this game's woke. We just parrot what we see on the internet. This game's woke.
Man.
In the 2.5 hours of gameplay that I did of South of Midnight today, I didn't see a single woke moment. Now, maybe there are moments later on.
But they're just saying it's woke. But see how like he lets them like paint an opinion almost. Like they're saying that they're parroting an opinion, but then he's saying like, well, there could be woke stuff later on. I just didn't get there yet, man. Just like in Dragon Age Veilguard, he didn't make it to any of the woke stuff that people were talking about. As Great Shadows, he didn't play a lot of it to get anywhere, but it's like they're just saying that word and you don't have to really acknowledge it. You could just be like, okay, whatever, man. Yeah. Oh, you think it's woke? Why? Like, why does he just say why? And then like if they say like, oh, it's because of X, Y, and Z, he could then be like, okay, well, I don't maybe, but to me, I think this game is whatever or whatever. Just play the game. But I've said this before. he kind of puts himself in a trap when you force yourself to only talk about the game when you're playing the game on stream. You're kind of inviting boredom like that.
later on in the game that are woke. But in the first, 2.5 hours, it's just world building, basic, learning of abilities and things like that. There is absolutely nothing woke whatsoever. Morons who spew that are literally dunces who listen to people causing problems on the internet because they want attention for themselves for their content, or they're racists. Because I think what a lot of people are saying is because the protagonist is a black woman, the game is woke. It is not. At least again in the first 2.5 hours. They are
Okay.
liars. They just want to shit on something for the sake of feeling like they're a group that shits on something together. They're
Yeah, that's
basically
the internet.
assholes. Okay.
I mean, like
But
again, if you're playing a game and people are like, and you're thinking that they're parroting something that someone else said that's saying like bullshit, you don't have to acknowledge that. He could just play the game, and then he could just like talk about something else. Why does it like? But it's like you could never win. You can never win.
but here's what happened as I was playing the game. We went from something like 300 plus viewers on my podcast on YouTube, and like I think it was 50, 60 viewers plus on Kick, down to less than 200 viewers and only like 30 some viewers on Kick. So everyone left during this game, even though I was doing my best to enjoy it, to make it entertaining. People are prejudiced against this game. I,
Uh,
I don't even know.
Again, what if it's you though? You know, people said that you're boring, right? Why can't he just assume maybe it's him? He's like, again, he lets the game be the fucking like show pony, but you're the one streaming. He's getting cucked by the game at this point. The game is the one that's doing all the work, doing all the work in the stream. It's doing the heavy lifting.
Even know what else to say. Now, if the argument is it's boring to watch, fair enough. But then you'd be telling me that Ratchet and Clank, Sly Cooper, and
Oh
Prince
my
of
god.
Persia are also all
Look
this
at
to say.
look at this bullshit. So again, as I said, I just wonder when he was saying like I don't see anything that's woke, and these people were saying these things, and he didn't respond to any of that. Were they saying these things like, "Oh, it's boring, it's easy"? Or are these things that people replied with for calling the game woke? If that's the case, then why didn't he say that during the game? Because he could have had a conversation. But get a load of this argument. Get a load of this hot argument.
Now, if the argument is it's boring to watch, fair enough. But then you'd be telling me that Ratchet and Clank, Sly Cooper, and Prince of Persia are also all boring to watch, and those are all
Just because a game is like another game doesn't mean they're all the same or that they all entertain people the same way. Like I can like that's not how that works. I could play other JRPGs and hate one over the other. Oh, this game's like Persona. Therefore I love it. Like this is such a drone mentality to think about, and it kind of is a self-report in my opinion, because oh my god, I can't get over every time he's just looking at. Oh my god, this dude, he loves looking at RGBs. He's literally looking at the RGB right now. He's in love. This dude. Okay. Anyways, every time he looks at the mic, it's always just like, oh, RGB. You gotta look at that. But anyways, this dude is saying that it's he has said similar like, oh, I like it because this game is like that game over and over, but he doesn't like the game for its own thing. Like every time he was playing Enzoy, he was like, "Oh, this is just like The Sims. Wow, I love it because this is like The Sims because there's no other new Sim game. Lives of P is so good. It's like Bloodborne. It's Bloodborne, but it takes away any quality of that game having. So, what does it say, right, about South of Midnight? If all these people say that's good about it is it's like these other games, and if you don't like this game, you don't like those other games. But those games are its own thing. All these games are their own thing. Just because it has some similarities doesn't mean that it's a carbon copy of it. And it doesn't mean if you find this boring, you must find that boring too. That's not how that works.
all games that I have played in the past and have had great established fan bases that like me playing them.
Because at that point, then why can't he just play any FromSoft game? If you love watching him play FromSoft games, why doesn't he play all the other FromSoft games? all the other From stuff like games, right? No, they'd be like stupid, like Crab's Treasure. Then you'll play it. But if it's like Thynesia or another game that doesn't look stupid, he won't play it. Or the game just has to not be made for him to play it.
So I find it hard to believe. Maybe I'm off base here and I would love to hear your feedback, but I find it hard to believe that this game is bad or woke. Now, the problem with this is, as you know, I'm being pulled in many directions right now. At this point this week, people are like, you didn't play Atomfall on Monday like you were supposed to. When are you playing Atomfall? You didn't play Minecraft like you said you were going to do during your birthday marathon. When are you playing Minecraft? There's a new game called The Blueprints coming out on Thursday. Are you checking that out? What about more Schedule 1 that you tried on your birthday, but you really didn't play much of it? Are you
I don't care about this, to be fair. He's just gonna say, oh, I have all these games to play, man. All these games. Alright, I had to get some lunch. Guys, calm down, relax. We're gonna continue on watching this fucking South of Midnight bullshit. Because now that I had my lunch, I can actually get my like thoughts together. I was afraid I was just gonna be like, oh, whatever. So let's get going.
All right, here we go.
All right,
Folks, we need to talk about the future of games and playthroughs on this channel because yesterday I tried out a game that was on Game Pass.
Wait, hold up.
We need to talk about the future of games and playthroughs on this channel.
Dude, earlier this very year, this dude told us, yeah, guys, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try games, but we don't have to. You know what? Actually, I just remembered. He said the same shit multiple times in the past. Where he said, like, I think I'm gonna, like, not, like, dude, his banner used to say, no bullshit, full playthroughs, blah, blah, blah. Then he uploaded a new one to get rid of that because he was like, well, you guys were right. I don't do full playthroughs anymore. I don't want to promise that. So I removed it because now it's like, hey, I'll play a game and maybe I'll like drop it and then like I'll do something else, whatever. So he did that. Then years down the line, he went back to saying, guys, I think we're gonna like whatever. It has been an ongoing like merry-go-round of him saying, yes, I will drop games and play another game. I'll go off by what you guys and what the vibe is. Then the next day, guys, I'm trying to beat the game, and now nobody cares. Looks like I'm gonna do this again. Like, it's just all cope. That's all this is him coping that he had to drop the game. And instead of just saying, oh, I dropped the game, whatever, it's just literally, guys, I think we gotta talk about the future of gaming. Like, dude, you told us before you're not gonna do full playthroughs, and some games may drop now. Whatever. Super chat from Down from the Raptors Real. Why don't you give your viewers a break after making so much money for your B-Day? Hold up. Oh my god, that super chat made me remember.
Are you playing that? By the way, Call of Duty has a new update. I think if you like classic platforming action games, play it. But it didn't.
Okay.
Hobby to just sit on the internet and stream games. It's my job. I have to do things that are going to be entertaining to an audience so they'll enjoy it, engage with it, and support it. That literally is the opposite of what happened today. Everyone left the stream. Everyone complained who stuck around.
Right.
I received one like $2. Okay? Showing up to the stream. Game that no one liked. Because I'm not an idiot. I'm in a week. And the only time. Okay? I hope that makes sense. All right?
Is this when he said, like, about the trolls?
Now, on tonight's late stream, for the first time in a week, and the only time this week, because I'm being pulled in so many directions to do so many different things, I played Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. I told everyone, this playthrough now has lasted over 20 parts. If you actually take a look at parts in, Pirate Yakuza is a short game. Even if content in Honolulu, story tonight is possible. We did. We literally did we're all bored as hell. Cutscene. The
Complain about
last 20 minutes
pacing.
was
Like
all
he knows what
action, and
pacing
everyone
is.
was
Okay.
out with pacing. And because there's so many cuts,
All right. Yeah.
almost done with chapter 4.
Okay.
2 more streams,
Right.
attendance. People complained it was boring. We made more than I did on the freaking South of Midnight stream.
Only by $10.
We actually made like 50 some bucks. And then as I was going offline, Solid as Snake Fan did a $10 super chat. So technically we did like $65 of support.
It's not
And I actually
a
topped my
huge
first stream
difference,
today,
but whatever.
which is
Okay.
ridiculous.
Right.
For a game that I've been playing 30 hours of and everyone says is boring, did better than South of Midnight.
By $10. By
Okay?
$10.
Now, I want to make something abundantly clear.
Whatever. Okay.
Today was a slow day for support.
Maybe keep making $65
Today the games
on
didn't
it then.
resonate. It's not the end of the world. No one is crying. No one is disappointed. No one is upset here. I just had an insanely positive, well-supported marathon for my birthday. And last week, I had a day where I did over like $1,000 randomly out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So in the last week, everything's been so
Look how he's bragging
superbly
about this.
supported. I want you all
Oh,
to
everything's
understand I'm
supported.
not upset
Not upset.
that today was a slow day.
Dude.
Now, does it suck that we didn't hit a goal and we don't have DSP tries it on deck for tomorrow? Yeah, it does kind of suck.
Okay. So like he's happy he got all that money. Look at him today.
Because yesterday, I tried out a game that was on Game Pass, a game that we had
He
actually
spent
seen
$0. Well, 20
many months
$20,
ago, first
$25 a
advertised.
month?
I don't know if it was either
Whatever.
during the Game Awards or Summer Game Fest last year, whenever it was, okay?
Okay.
But it was a game that had an actual unique visual
Oh, yeah.
style.
But then it says like your B-Day. Why can't you just enjoy a full day as a thank you? Them with no goals. It's a business. Down from the Raptors reel. He needs money every day. I mean, the thing is, this is what's bullshit. People are like, oh, stop begging. He's like, I'm not begging. I'm just saying, let's hit the goal to get food. It's all semantics, because all people are saying is just that, does he really need to shill his fucking reward goal, like, so heavily, and then make it, like, a big deal? Again, he talked about getting back on pace, about hitting the goal. Like, dude, you can't orchestrate or condition pacing and getting money. Like, you can't, like, it's a bunch of random people who watch your stream. He's acting as if really he could, like, coerce his audience to give him, like, a pace of money or whatever. It's like, no, you can't control people to do that. Like, he'll literally sit there and be like, okay, so I didn't make money for, like, a week. So, what's going on? I'm playing games you liked. And before, like, yeah, we were hitting goals every stream, but we're, like, hitting goals every few days. But now we're a whole week. What's going on here? Like, sometimes things just happen. And then he's trying to, like, get reasons. Then people are, like, saying, well, what if they don't have money? Well, if they don't have money, how can they afford food? Okay, maybe they're saving money. Well, if they're saving money, how come another streamer got money? Maybe they have friends. If they have friends, how come you're here? Like, it just doesn't make sense to, like, because you can't really, like, pinpoint an exact reason why everyone in unison stopped giving money or started giving money. You can't really, like, deduce that. I mean, you could predict it, but these are things that, I mean, you don't, like, say out loud, or you act as if it's, like, a sure science to it.
And a game that kind of threw together elements from games of yesteryear.
Oh my god, games of yesteryear.
It's called South of Midnight. It came out on Game Pass yesterday. It came out a little bit earlier the week before for those who paid extra. And I'll be transparent with all of you here.
Right,
I hate that practice. I don't like the idea that a game is going to be...
He participated in that practice, though. He bought, like, what's it called? Hogwarts Legacy. He got that in advance. He got Mortal Kombat 1 in advance. I almost forgot about that one. He also got Starfield in advance. So he kind of participated in that practice. If he never liked it, then why did he practice in it? Okay.
Going to be on Game Pass on Tuesday, but if you pay extra money, you can play it a few days early. Then what's the point of the Game Pass system, right? Like, the whole idea is
It's
supposed to
oh my
be
god.
to have like a simultaneous release and everyone gets it the same time. Not, oh, some elitist
Yeah,
group
but
that
it's like,
decided to pay a few bucks extra gets it early.
man.
Because ultimately, then what
Again, he really wants a class warfare in gaming. I don't know I don't know why. Like, I mean, whatever. He's like, well, only the elite would buy early. Only the fucking coastal elite, the 1%ers. Elon Musk is the kind of guy that does early games, guys. Okay, not us working people. But it's like, dude, like these are just games. People can buy them in advance. That's like the whole point. Is because yeah, you're paying $25 for a subscription service, and again, like I still don't know if any of these devs get any meaningful revenue from Game Pass or anything. So they probably want like, hey, you get paid early. That will definitely support us, and you'll get the game early. Like that's why they're doing that. Because they want you to buy the game. Like it's that simple. It's not rocket science. Like you could even argue Game Pass has exacerbated that business model. Same with pre-ordering. Game Pass probably more than likely exacerbated that, but at the same time, most gamers probably don't care about these bonuses because they just want to play the game, correct?
then what happens is they give out the game codes to people who they want to promote their game for free, and the games are already
But
out,
you could buy the game,
and people already know everything about them.
but
So kind of the hype of playing the game
they're
on
not
release
selecting
day.
whatever. Like, but this is old news. This is so old news. He was bitching about this back in 2013, probably. Get over it. Oh my god, people get games early. Oh my god. Wow.
Gets blown away. You know what I'm saying? And that's annoying. So anyway, this game looked unique, at least to me, in the art style because it's a stop motion animation style that really isn't. Like you can play it without the stop motion, and then it looks just like a 60 frames per second game. But you could also have this stop motion effect where it looks like almost the characters are similar to the art style that I would say of the Spider-Verse
Oh
movies,
my
right?
god.
How they purposefully lower the frame rate to make it look more artistic.
Right?
So
Correct?
I told everyone I was going to give this game
Oh,
a fair
this is
shake.
off.
I was going to play it on its release day via Game Pass, see what it was like, tell you my honest opinion, my honest thoughts,
Alright. Honest
and
thoughts.
judge based on that if it was a game that I wanted to keep in my rotation and actually do a full playthrough of, or if it would just be a one-try demo, and then we would move on.
So look at this, right? He said this, like, "Oh, I'll give it a try, and it may be a one-off, whatever the fuck." Well, to no one's surprise, it's a one-off, and this dude acted so offended he couldn't continue playing it. But it's like ridiculous because he was more disappointed with fucking Metaphor than he was with this game. It's really weird if you look at both of them because Metaphor he played a few times, and I was like, "You guys didn't support it. That sucks, man. I can't believe it. I love this game." He cried about it. He rigged his own countdown to bitch about it. This game, yeah, I mean, I might drop it. It might be a one and done, so we'll see how it is. Okay, you guys don't like it? Okay, it's a one and done, but I can't believe it's a one and done, guys. You guys hated that game that much? Wow. Like, if you knew it could have been a one and done, like, why are we having a special segment about this?
All right.
All right.
And to be fair, okay, that's exactly how I approached it. I did not allow myself to be influenced and have any preconceived notions about this game based on the online political sphere that goes around gaming today.
But again,
well
the online political sphere on South of Midnight is like almost non-existent. Like again, I don't think you're gonna see a lot of people care that much. Like, and if they did, they probably said one thing about it and moved on to the next thing. Like, even accounts that are like, infamous about it, like the pronouns guy, the baby man, whatever. He all he mentioned was, oh, they're using assets from Dragon Age, which is like, how can you prove that? You just look at something and think that, oh, that must be from this other game, whatever, and that's it. And then the other thing are people talking about the community manager behind the game, and that's it. But even then, these are things that just came and went. Like nobody is as far as as far as I saw, at least, I'm not saying like at all like, wow guys, woke fucked up, man. Oh my god, look at this. Fucking go woke, go broke. I didn't see that usual like nonsense with this game as I did with like Ass Creed, Concord, uh whatever. Like these are things that are getting more attention on with that than this. This literally came out and then it just it came and went. And that's kind of what the game looked like. To be fair, like this is definitely probably one of those games that Microsoft has to say, look, guys, we have all kinds of games. We have AAA games, and we have this game that's like unique and small budget, and this and that. So like we're doing everything, and that's kind of all it is. Uh, because these are the same devs that did We Happy Few, which is kind of funny because DSP hated that game. So I don't know why I want to give them another chance when he has kind of turned away other games made from devs he also hated.
Well aware that in 2025, everything has to be politicized. Everything has to be either left or right, conservative or liberal,
Man.
100% left pushing, 100% right pushing.
Dude, there's always gonna be extremists and like nonsense on Twitter. You're going on Twitter, like that's number one. Like if you're gonna make your own decision, like see, this is what I mean, guys. When I wanted to try Ask Creed Shadows, unfortunately, I didn't want to try that game because I at least wanted to have my own opinion. I didn't want to like sit there and be like, oh, whatever. And the game isn't bad. It's not like an awful game. It's just a generic Ubisoft game. Like you played one Ubisoft game, you played them all. So it's like not even like the outreach I feel that game had. I don't think was really worth it. Again, like if they're talking about authenticity in the time period, I mean, you're talking about a game that has like magic apples and like a machine that goes back in time through your DNA or whatever. Like it's like whatever. And again, there's other like stories out there that has a Black Samurai before Afro Samurai. There's even an anime called the Yasuke or whatever that's about that. All these other things have existed like before, like whatever. But again, I did not sit there and be like, oh well, the woke mob. Oh, people anti-woke mob. It's just like, dude, just play the game. Like, you don't need to cripple yourself by like online pressure. Like, don't you don't need to be that insecure. And that's all this is. It's just insecure on like, oh, these people don't like that, or these people like this. Like, just move on. Play what you want to play. Like, if you're gonna sit there and be and worry about what other people think about what you're playing, then I don't know what to tell you.
To the point where everyone's always at each other's throats. And if you even hear an inkling of, oh my,
this is like ridiculous. The reason why they're at each other's throats, I mean, as far as like some people are concerned, some people may say something that's like, bullshit, and some will call that out, and then that's gonna naturally just go on from there. Like, a lot of people have a lot of takes, and again, like, DSP, like, this isn't the time to talk about it because this is really irrelevant to the game and to why DSP's dropping the game in the grand scheme of things. Because he's saying, well, everything's politicized and that, but like, I mean, do you really want to go into like the fucking politics and the nonsense behind that? Because again, I think a lot of this outrage that people have for a lot of games, I think is to a degree overblown. Like people complain about Mary Jane in Spider-Man 2, and they're like, oh, she looks ugly. And it's like, she looks fine. Like, the way they describe Mary Jane, you would think that she's like a fucking ogre, or like, she just is ugly, but she looks fine. Like, and then I see these ugly ass mods that like make her look like a supermodel that's made by AI, and that looks disgusting to me. I don't know, that just looked worse than the actual image. Now, of course, people are gonna say, well, that is not how she looked like in the original game. I mean, sure, but there's time that passed, and they could have changed her facial model because of the time that passed. It's the same voice actors, but at the same time, like, who cares? Like, I don't care because the change isn't that bad. Like, I've seen changes in character models that look bad, but it's like not worth getting mad about. But that's like my opinion. But I can see why some people may not like that. But again, I end it with like just saying, hey, that's to each their own. Like, I try not to uh be antagonistic. I may come off that way, to be fair, so I'm not gonna sit there and say that I'm like 100% innocent in a lot of discourse. But I do at least try to like just if I am just over it, or I either try to wind it down or I just move on, or I just straight up say like I'm done talking about it because it's like I don't need to I don't need to like to be angered about things. Again, as Bill Burr said, better to be philosophia than Philoniki, where you're just in love with winning. Who cares about winning an argument, especially online?
Oh my God, did you know that there's a
Yeah, stare at that
trans character in
RTV.
our game that all of a sudden the entire world has to go crazy,
Well,
right?
think about why it's busy. How many characters are trans, let alone are written in a way that's not like making them a butt of the joke or making them like seem like a translation error or whatever. Like, what if it's an actually like a trans character in a game that other trans people may actually enjoy because it's a good representation of them, or they just like the character that much or whatever. Like, that's why those people are like happy about it, because they get to see like that someone out there cares about like who they are or whatever. I mean, it like that's kind of why people are excited to see that kind of stuff, because it's not that common to see a trans character in a video game. I mean, there's not a lot of main characters that are trans to begin with. Uh, and then there's gonna be people who are gonna be upset about that because they either just don't don't feel comfortable with it, or it's just like or whatever. I mean, a lot of people have different opinions, and I'm not gonna get into the politics of that. But it's just that's kind of what it always boils down to. Now, of course, some of these conversations are not like fun to have necessarily, but it's like, but that's just what happens with online. You get all kinds of people that will just throw their opinion out there, and sometimes you'll have a good opinion, sometimes you'll see a bad opinion.
Did you hear that Sweet Baby Inc. had involvement with this game? Did you hear that there is a
See,
minority as the
what's funny is like there was a time where there was like some Sweet Baby Inc. drama going on, and I think DSP kept teasing he was gonna talk about it, or he just kept saying, "Ah, yeah, I know, man. It's like drama. I understand it, man." But like all that was going on was like, Sweet Baby Inc. is like a consulting firm. Like, all they do is consult with other companies about, like, they reach out to them, by the way, but whatever. They reach out to them and they're like, hey, we want to write this kind of character, and they consult with them about it. Now now a lot of people think that Sweet Baby Inc. has a lot more nefarious uh ideas going on behind the scenes, that they're controlling the industry and this and that. And again, this is stuff that's like speculative. They're just basing off of games that they don't like that they're involved in. I mean, okay, whatever. But during that time, they were like going on about this. They were talking about these tweets that some Sweet Baby Inc. people were making that were offensive. I said this before in the past, I think, but I'll say it again. They're bad tweets. I'm not gonna sit there and say that these tweets are like wholesome and fun, but at the same time, like, these are tweets that are replied to other tweets that are deleted. So like, that just makes you just wonder what was the original tweet that it was replying to, because when you're replying on Twitter, there's a good chance that these people are just being facetious to match the original tweet to begin with. That doesn't make it any better, to be fair, but it's like, you're missing the context of why this person replied with that tweet to begin with. So I'm that's where I was with it. It's like, yeah, these are bad tweets, and I agree. Like, again, as I said before, this is why like I don't really like making a lot of edgy jokes, because it can be taken wrong and it can cause like a headache that I just don't think that's worthwhile or whatever. Uh, but that's what was going on during that the whole thing with Sweet Baby Inc. But again, these are just a consultant firm. They're just there just to consult about characters. They don't have any final say in what the story is or anything. They're just talking about like, hey, you want this kind of character? Well, this is like like, because they don't want to like have someone write a character that they don't have any understanding about, their like what would make them more authentic or whatever. Like it's just a consultation. They even don't have final say. I mean, that's all that was going on. Is this a big ongoing like discourse about that? That's all it is. And of course, there's going to be people that are just not going to care and just say that, well, I don't like them, fuck them. I don't want any game that they're involved in. Which, hey, they have every right to not buy products that they don't want to support regardless. But it's funny that he belittles this. But then when people were like boycotting Hogwarts Legacy, he was telling them all to shut up and eat it. But this, it's like, we gotta stop what we're doing and talk about this.
Is the protagonist of this game, and immediately that has to be the entire discourse. Anytime that you have one of these things as a part of a game now, that literally makes the entire discourse up online. And what you start to hear is all those things becoming the center focus, and you don't hear anyone say, hey, what does the game play like? Hey, what are the game mechanics like? How are the controls? How's the music?
But who are you talking to with these things? Like, he's just going off like, oh, my chat saw this discourse and that's why they hate it. But if you're talking about like, but there's probably other people that like the game. There's always people that are gonna like games regardless. Like, it, again, if this chat didn't like the game, that's not necessarily mean that you can't stream the game. Why not just play the game and then be like, well, I think it's fine. Like, the gameplay is good. Like, whatever. And then if they're like, yeah, but like, it's kind of boring. It's like, hey, man, I get it. But, there's a lot of games out there that I like this. And what about, what games do you like? What, he could have gone into any other direction. But since we're so dumb and dented, we just have to like make sure we only talk about the game we're playing. So we can't even, talk about other games if we're playing a game. Like, it's just kind of like, that's why he keeps running into this issue all the time. Is because he only wants the conversation to be about the game that he's playing. Like, of course, that already limits what you're gonna talk about. But how come some games can be interactive and irrelevant to the game, but others that can't possibly be the case? Like, it makes no sense.
What about the art design? Is the game fun to play? You hear none of that. None. It just like disappears. Like all those factors of if a game is good or bad just go right out the window. Okay?
But these are like the loud people on the internet.
And I'm gonna be honest, that pisses me off.
I love that he's saying this as this dude talks about like the vocal minority, or like, oh, there's the loudest whiners have the loudest voice and this and that. And he doesn't think that might be true online as well. Like, go to Twitter, you're gonna like guess what gets promoted the most. Like, come on.
Because me, as a gamer, a 17-year YouTube veteran, when I play a game, it doesn't matter what the game is. I try to approach it with no preconceived notions at all. Even though I may know that there's all this
Dude, he went in Stellar Blade with the most, like, preconceived notions you could have. He said, this is like this game. Oh, this is like that game. Oh, so riveting. And he kept shitting on it. He plays South of Midnight, and he's like, yeah, man, it's like these other games. That's how cool it is. And oh my god, I'm so glad I brought Stellar Blade, because I saw someone in the chat say play Stellar Blade. And man, this dude was like, yeah, it's like Nier Automata. But he loved Nier Automata. He loved that game. But I thought if you like these other games, you must like these other knockoffs, correct? So if South of Midnight is like Sly Cooper and Prince of Persia and these other games that DSP likes, then everyone would like that, right? But if DSP likes Nier and he likes Nier, let's keep it to Nier, then wouldn't he have also liked Stellar Blade? Correct? I mean, this is like the pitfall of it because I've played Soul Blade. I don't really like that game that much. I think it's like that is actually a very generic game. Like that is the definition of it. As far as I'm concerned. Not that it's not like you can't have fun with it, but I really just have trouble going back and playing that game. It's just like I don't know. I never really connected with it. I don't like the main character. Like there's a lot of things that just took me out of it. And then just hearing that like it kind of just rips off all like well, I guess it rips off Bloodborne in a way, but it was also mostly ripping off Nier. It's like I'll just play Nier. I like that game way more. It has a better soundtrack too. But Stellar Blade isn't awful, but it's just it didn't leave an impression on me. Uh, but that's like what I'm saying when I'm saying like it doesn't really work that way when you say that all games are equal. Like this game, you must like that game because I love Nier. I love Nier Automata. Does that mean I'm gonna love Stellar Blade? No. Like just because these games all share qualities and traits, that doesn't mean that I'm gonna love every single thing in that genre. Like DSP literally does hate Stellar Blade, but he loves Nier. But then says, "Well, I liked Ratchet and Clank, so why doesn't people like this game?" But it's like that's not the case. Like there's a lot like it's based on the game and just whatever they get out of it. If they don't like the game, they don't like the game. But DC makes it a problem because guess what? You go to a stream, you have to talk about the game. And guess what DSP hates hearing about? People shitting on the game he's playing. Because he doesn't want people to invalidate or make him feel bad for wasting his time on a game. That's all it is. And it's like at some point you're gonna have to grow up and just deal with it.
This discourse around it. For example, I played Dragon Age, uh, what was it called? The Veilguard, back in the fall. And I well knew that there was going to be political discourse in the game because people
You
had
got that
already
game for
talked
free, by
about
the
it,
way.
pulling a barf and all of that.
A
And I
barf
said,
is
you know
not
what?
a-
I'm just going to attempt to
a
play it
woke
at
thing. It's
face
just a
value.
thing
And I
in the
think I played
game.
it, I want to say 12 to
Whatever.
15 hours. And I got so bored, I dropped it. I didn't drop it because of politics. I didn't drop
But he joined the bandwagon about that game, though. He said, "Yeah, the game is boring, but yeah, it's political, has woke stuff in it." But then you ask him, like, what the woke stuff is. He brings up that apology scene, and again, like the only issue I had with that scene because again, when a character in any medium, any story explains to you how they apologize, that's just them explaining their culture. Like that's part of world building. But the issue I had with it, in my opinion, was just them saying, so even when, like, it's like you don't need to go that far into explaining what an apology is. Like, you could just leave it at, like, I'm pulling a barf so you know I'm being sincere in my apology. Like, that says all you need to know about that. We did not need the other character to be like, so, like, when other people apologize, you're meaning that they could also be insincere? It's like, okay, I mean, why not have a character be insincere in their apology to display that then instead of like doing that, right? Like, it's just that's my issue with that, and I think that's like the issue that a lot of people have with that game. But again, uh, DSP had no like force. I mean, he just sat there, like, oh, I mean, look at this. There's a war, and they're eating dinner around a campfire. What the fuck? It's like that's not the problem at all. But then there's always people that are gonna use that game to promote their own, like, oh, it's woke slop because of X, Y, and Z. But it's like, but are you gonna make that everyone's opinion? That's their opinion. But I mean, I don't really agree with a lot of these people that say that these games are woke, that's woke, whatever. But I'm not gonna sit there and try to win an argument with people that probably don't give a fuck what I have to say, which is fine. No one has to care what I have to say. I'm only a dumb Greek, guys. Okay. Yeah.
didn't drop it because it was too liberal. I dropped it because it was boring. Like I was 15 hours in, and I didn't even know what I was even doing. I was like, why are we doing these
What about
missions?
Ask
What's the
Shadows?
point? Everything seems like busy work, side work, boring gameplay.
But that's in every game, dude. He plays like a dragon. That game has a lot of fucking filler side missions, and he spent time doing them. And he's like, yeah, man, that game has a lot of side. Like all these games do. Every game has it.
Why are we playing this crap? That's why I dropped it. Recently, I played Assassin's Creed Shadows, and I'm well aware that a major focus of discourse around AC Shadows is that one of the protagonists is a female ninja, which isn't representative of the
I
culture.
I'll be honest, I've never heard anyone talk about this ninja as much as DSP. Like, I've never heard anyone talk about this ninja being inauthentic. Only the Yasuke. It was the only one that got that discourse, but not her. I've never seen anyone like bring her up at all. And it just seemed like DSP is the only one that made it up, because he was like saying like how, oh, she's like super strong. That doesn't make any sense. She's like flying around doing all this parkour, but it's like, I'm saying like, this is like in what, feudal Japan? You're telling me that there were no like kids learning how to fight or anything like that. I mean, but it's like, well, there were only 4 ninjas, and so you're telling me that there were 5? But it's like, what if she's one of the 4? Like, I mean, it's like, well, she had the history books. They didn't talk about her in the history. It's like, yeah, it's almost like it's a video game. Like, this is like the clown world that this is, and it's like ridiculous. Like, come on now, dog.
And other protagonist is a black samurai who certainly is not representative of the Japanese culture. And everyone was up in arms about that. But I played the game and I dropped it after 9 hours. Why? Because the game was boring. Not because of the political problems around it, but because the game at face value was not fun to play. So I said, I'm not going to continue.
Because, again, the politics stuff did not directly affect him. It was the gameplay. The gameplay got boring, so he dropped it. And he was like, well, I'm not going to, like, play this game and not only be bored, but then have to deal with woke shit. Whatever, woke shit. You know what I mean. The politics of it, or the discourse around it. So I'll just drop it. But this is a game he was probably enjoying to a degree, but was annoyed that his chat wasn't, like, validating him. But again, he went in expecting that this game could be a one and done. So why not just focus on that people were not engaged, or that people didn't like the game? Why is this a very important segment? Like, why? Like, this just seems like it's for no reason, wanting to argue with his chat for no reason, or to like get them to like wake up and not listen to and not make judgments for themselves or whatever. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, DSP, but if you're gonna say that these people should not listen to others, then that also should include you, correct? Like, I mean, at some point they're gonna have to come to some revelations on their own. Like, you can't babysit the entire internet. Like, again, don't bother trying to win arguments. And that's all this is. It's him, like, trying to, like, see, guys, I think you guys are going a little too crazy with complaining about games being too woke. This game was not woke, and you need to wake up and look at this. This game is just that, but he doesn't know if these other people saw the game throughout to the end, or what's making them say this, or even if he thinks that he can sway them. Because at the end of the day, he could say to the cows, he could beat the game and say that the game isn't woke. That doesn't necessarily mean that these people are going to all suddenly agree with him. You're right, Phil. We saw the ending, and it's not woke. I mean, it's just a waste of time to have this discussion when all it summarizes to is that they didn't like the game. Like, it's just not worth having this argument and trying to prove a point.
That should be the basis on which we judge.
He can say he doesn't find my chat thinks this game is woke. I don't think it's woke. But people just didn't like the game, so I think I am gonna have to drop it because I want to play a game that we both like. That is all he has to say. But instead, DSP just cannot at all realize maybe he doesn't have to antagonize people. Like this. So recently, the Devil May Cry anime dropped on Netflix, and I've seen a lot of online discourse about it. I've watched it because I just want to get an opinion on it. The episodes are all up, so it's like, yeah, I don't have to wait a week for it. I can just watch it. And I also kind of like watching junk too. Like sometimes watching slop can be fun. But I was watching it, and it's like I thought it was bad. I didn't like it that much. I could go on about. There's only one of. I did a video like kind of reviewing it, so that's gonna be uploaded soon. I have to make a thumbnail for it. But uh I go on Twitter and I see people like shitting on it just as much as I've seen people actually like the show. Now, am I gonna go there and be like, wow, these people like this? I can't believe, guys, I gotta convince everyone that this show is bad. Oh my god, these people are listening to this guy that says it's good? Wow, like, dude, sometimes you just have to let people enjoy things or hate things, whatever. Like, I've said this before. Like, I'm fine. Like, I replied to a Twitter thread about this anime. I was like, look, I'm fine with adaptations taking liberties. Like, I don't think that it's bad that they're changing stuff. Like, I did a review on Castlevania Nocturne. I don't have anything innately wrong with them wanting to utilize the French Revolution in the story. Like, I think the idea is fine. They could have made it work better. I don't like the idea of making like these rich elites vampires. I think that's like a interesting idea. Whatever. It was still a bad show all the same. Oh my god, what was I lost my train of thought. But still, it's like it's a dumb show. But I mean, I can understand why people may enjoy it and they may not enjoy it. But I'm not gonna sit there and like tell people what to think about it. Like, people can enjoy whatever the fuck they want to enjoy or hate whatever they want to hate. Like, it is what it is.
Judge whether or not we're going to play video games. Take a look at The Last of Us 2, which I feel was almost the catalyst of all of this back in 2020. Okay? A game where it's revealed that Ellie is gay. It's revealed that there's another character that's almost...
I love that he's saying Last of Us 2 is when they revealed Ellie is gay. When they revealed it in Last of Us 1. Literally, Last of Us 1 literally had a DLC where they showed that she had a girlfriend or whatever, right? They showed she was gay back then. And he's like, yeah, they revealed that she was gay in 2. Okay.
Almost like a very manly woman in...
Oh my god. Manly women, yeah, because obviously women don't have muscles. They just don't have them, okay? They can't go to the gym and work out or anything. And person says, well, look at who they cast for their show. Yeah, I mean, why didn't they cast an athlete that never acted before, and then people can complain about how the actor is bad, or the actress is awful, right? It's like you can't win, right? It's a no-win scenario. But it's just simply like, they just wanted a character to have muscles to like show, hey, she was dedicated to killing Joel because he killed her dad. That's all it is. It's just to show that she had very passionate revenge to kill Joel for. Whatever. That's all it showed. And he's like, yeah, they did that because they want to show that you can have manly women. Like, I mean, that's kind of misogynistic. To assume that she's manly because she has muscles? Come on now, dog.
In Abby, and they decide to kill the strong male lead, Joel, off within the first couple of hours of the game, as almost to piss you off if you...
But that's like not... The thing is, the reason why a lot of people like rolled their eyes by them killing Joel was like, I mean, obviously the blatant lies that they said in the marketing, sure, but I think a lot of it was so like it's so generic, because there's been a lot of stuff where people have done that, like it's this, oh, we're gonna do this, oh, look at that, we did this, you thought we weren't gonna do it, but we did it. Like it's that kind of thing. It's like, oh, you killed the main character, of course, whatever. But I mean, that's a decision. I didn't care that one way or the other about it. Like, I get why people didn't like that choice, so I'm not gonna necessarily say that it was a great choice. I do wish it took a little bit longer. That's why I kind of think it would have just been better if you just started out playing as Abby. But whatever, we don't have to talk about Last of Us 2 for the millionth time. The game is old. The game is released. We know where the game lands. It is what it is.
if you liked him as a character in the first game. And all the discourse around that game was around that stuff. For me,
By the way, I like how he literally ignored that there was actually a trans character in the game. But I guess it was that character was written so well that it's not worth talking about. But man, listen to that chest pound.
to piss you off
It's
if
so
you liked
like
him as a character in the first game.
loud.
And all the discourse around that game was around that stuff. For me, I was able to play the game in full, and I was able to recognize the things about the game that were great, like the graphics and the gameplay elements, but I was
Right.
also able to observe the things that were not so great, like the plot not only being almost misery porn at times,
Misery
but also
porn.
being one of the worst paced, worst written
Oh my god.
plots I'd ever experienced in a narrative-based.
I don't think it's the worst. That to me, I think is a little ridiculous. I don't think it was a great written story, but I don't think it was that bad. I think I just think it was just kind of like, whatever. My god, I hate this dude talks about Last of Us 2 because I always want to talk more about it sometimes, but it's like it's the same discourse. It's not like, oh, I bet you didn't expect this.
Based video game. So I was able to actually observe factual issues with the game while everyone else was screaming politics, politics, politics. That wasn't my
But he was screaming politics, though. He like every time he talked about Neil Druckmann, he always talked about politics and how woke it is, and this and that. Like he always brought it up. But now he's like, I never brought it up. Like, okay, whatever. I mean, I guess the silver lining is that like he didn't talk about it in like specifically about the game, but I feel like you could find clips of him saying that about the game specifically, maybe to a degree, but whatever.
wasn't my problem with it. Okay? So now let's fast forward back to today, or I should say
But
yesterday.
But if we're gonna decipher the difference between he was only saying focus on woke and politics stuff when it came to Neil Druckmann, but not the game, then how come the next game that's coming out we are all suddenly concerned about? Well, it might be woke because of Neil Druckmann and the cult of Druck, right? Like, it's just obvious he's just mad because he wanted to play South of Midnight and his chat just wasn't on board with him and giving it a chance. Like they did, like it's almost like they didn't like walk him into like him wanting to call it woke or whatever. They just like threw it at him immediately. That made him like not want to go along, right?
Yesterday, okay, with South of Midnight. All right? So, I start playing this game.
Thank you for cracking
And
your
immediately
neck,
there's a
man.
few graphical issues. I
Oh
can't
my
decide if I want
God, dude.
South of Midnight.
Fuck this guy.
All right?
Listen to this.
So,
This dude has so much bad like there are times where it's like, okay, I may do something bad on stream or in a video, but it's not as much to the point where it's like a problem. DSP does all these bad habits, but dude, I don't know what it is because I don't mind like when he cracks his knuckles, that doesn't bother me that much. It's like, okay, whatever. But I don't know, something about that neck fucking crack. It was just like, dude, do you really need to do that right now? I don't know why that like got me like riled up. But man, there also I remember there was a time he used to do this a lot. He would like do that a lot, and I remember like it got to the point where Tim was like, oh, he's gonna do that one day, he's gonna break his neck. And then after that, I was like, so maybe that's why he stopped doing it. You know what? Okay, Theo theory. He did that one time, and like it like fucked up his the blood that goes to his head, and like it fucked him up. Like whatever happened, he did that, and it fucked him up, and it wasn't like he's not getting as much oxygen in his head as he was supposed to, like initially. Maybe that's what's going on. I think we found the mystery health problem. He fucked up something in his head.
I start playing this game, and immediately there's a few graphical issues. I can't decide if I want to leave the stop motion on or off or whatever. But once we get into it, right? What is South of Midnight? So it's a game based in the deep south of the United States, the Bayou, Louisiana country, basically. And it has
Right,
that
the
kind of
Bayou.
southern cultural influence. The music is completely unique to that region of the country. The atmosphere, the design, you're basically in a swamp, on a river, a bayou, whatever
Whoa.
you want to call it.
Swamp
Um,
on the
the gameplay.
river.
The gameplay is incredibly reminiscent of classic
Man, everyone's talking
action
about PWR in
platformers.
this chat.
Think Sly
Wow.
Cooper, Ratchet and Clank, Prince of Persia.
Oh,
If
wait.
you
How did you start that
play
cringe
is
again?
incredibly reminiscent
Oh.
of classic action platformers. Think Sly Cooper,
Think
Ratchet and Clank,
think
Prince
Bloodborne.
of Persia. If you were to take those 3 games and slap them together into one, that's probably the best way to describe the gameplay of South of Midnight. Okay? For some people, that might be amazing. You might be like, whoa, wait, what? It's like a callback to those classic games? Absolutely, it is.
Absolutely.
Every time you
So
fight,
so let me get this straight. Right, he loves doing that too. But let me get this straight. Stellar Blade is a callback to Nier, right? That's bad. But this game is a callback to old games. That's good. I mean, you already see the problem here, right? Like, it flies against this whole, like, well, if you like this, you'll like that. I mean, yeah, you can recommend people based on that, sure. But at the end of the day, if the person says, I don't like it, like, whatever. The only time I get, like, not annoyed, that's not a right way to put it, surprised. Surprised that someone doesn't like something is like, hey, this game literally looked up your alley. I don't know, I'm surprised you didn't like it. You know, but that's different. I mean, these are all things, but to say that if you like this thing, you like that thing. I mean, that's like a starting off point. But that doesn't mean it's you'll factually like it because someone could recommend me Stellar Blade because it's like near, and I could say, yeah, I see the resemblance, but I don't like the game. Like, does that mean that they lied to me? No. Does that mean I'm an idiot? No. It just means it didn't work for me. Uh
fight enemies, you're essentially in an enemy arena room, just like they used to do in those games. You're isolated to the room fighting groups of enemies in waves.
Oh,
Whenever you're
oh,
platforming,
dude, it's like Devil May Cry. I was just playing Devil May Cry 5, guys, and 3, on the Switch, the best version. It, by the way, it blows my mind. Why can't we get like? So I was playing Devil May Cry 5, right? And near the end, there's like one segment that's like actual co-op. Because you know, it's like not Virgil, oh my god. Dante, Nero, and V. And you're going through like the Qliphotha at that point, whatever. And it was co-op, and I was like, dude, this is like so much fun to play with 2 other people. And I remember like the Switch version of Devil May Cry 3 has like 2-player Bloody Palace mode. And I'm thinking like, why couldn't they do that for Devil May Cry 5? I mean, I guess you could argue that the engine could not handle like doing that, but they did that though. They literally had like 3 players doing like, I don't know. But I'm sitting there like, man, I would love it if we just had like like it's a slippery slope because you have a multiplayer game, it can lead to like live service game, and I don't want that. Don't think I want that. But if it's just Bloody Palace and the microtransactions is just the red orbs, I think that's fine. I would love Devil May Cry 5 a lot more if you could just like invite friends into a Bloody Palace and go through that together. That would be so much fun. That would be, oh my god, like it's I'm so mad we haven't gotten that, and I doubt we ever will. Because I'm gonna be honest, I was also disappointed you couldn't play as Lady in Devil May Cry 5 Special Edition. You could in 4, but not in 5. It's like a downgrade. I mean, Virgil's cool. Don't get me wrong, Virgil's the goat, but I love playing as Trish and Lady. How come, like, when they did Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition, it was like, let's up the ante. Instead of just adding Virgil like everyone was expecting, let's add Lady and Trish. 5 comes around, well, let's just throw in Virgil. We don't need Lady and Trish. You don't need to do anything. Like, come on, come on. Lady's cool. Lady's the goat. I mean, Lady hate is not allowed in my life. If you hate Lady, the only Lady hate I'll allow is the Netflix Lady. because they ruined her. I'm mad. I'm mad. That was like the one thing that ruined the show for me. They ruined everything about her. Everything I liked about her was gone. They scientifically made that character like everything I hate. Marvel power suit. Oh, she's just some government agent lady that's like, oh yeah, yes sir, kind of bitch. Come on, why can't she be cool like in Devil May Cry 3 and 5? I mean, if you only played Devil May Cry 4, I could see why you may like this one, because I guess in a way it is an upgrade, but whatever. It's bullshit. They ruin ladies. Garbage. Fuck, I'll never forgive. I'll never forgive them for what they did to her. Never. Uh, but yeah, so I gotta check this out at midnight, dude. It's like it sounds like Devil May Cry. Arena, like you're locked in an arena and fighting enemies. That's cool. That was like my favorite thing in Devil May Cry to do.
Yeah, jumping, double jumping, hovering, wall running, platforming, grabbing ledges, all the kind of stuff that you would have been used to from those old games.
Yeah, only those
Okay?
games had those. No one else did wall running.
So, that's awesome. If you
Awesome.
like the classic style, okay? The game has a beautiful art design.
I
It's kind of
always
unique.
love that he always wants to like put all these games in a old versus new argument all the time. Like he's gonna pivot this woke this discourse that he didn't need to be in, by the way, but he's gonna pivot that into, well, you guys just don't like the classics, you like the newer stuff more, which is like kind of wild when his chat literally shits on like new games like all the time. If anything, everyone shits on new games more than the old games. So whatever, like he just wants to phrase it this way so like he can like sound like a cool gamer. I like the classics, guys. I respect the oldies.
Unique thing, it does kind of look like almost like almost claymation animation, but it has its
Claymation,
own
man.
unique style in the visuals.
Okay.
Okay? The plot, well, I'll be honest, 2.5 hours in, the plot is pretty silly where the girl is
said he liked
chasing
it.
her house.
He said he liked it in the daily rap, and now he's saying it's kind of silly. I mean, man. But we also hate Last of Us for having like a misery porn. But now we have a story that's silly. Okay.
That's getting swept away in a flood. How does she expect to save the house or stop it from being washed away? I have no idea. But then she starts running into mythical
What?
creatures, getting powers and magic and stuff. So,
What's dumb? Because I remember a trailer. Wasn't like her mom in the house, and then the house got like blown away, and she's like, she just wants to get her mom back or whatever. Because I remember like, I gotta get my mom or whatever the fuck. She said something like that or whatever. I don't think she was just going for the house. Oh man. Okay.
it's a fantasy storyline. It's not to be taken seriously. You got to suspend your disbelief. But if you do that, seems like you can enjoy the plot. And already, like the first major dungeon area is basically a guy who got turned into a giant tree, and you got to figure out what exactly happened and then free him from being like
tree.
petrified as a tree.
Dude, that's like the All Real
So,
Monsters
that's
episode
just a
when Icarus
general
turns into a
idea
tree.
of
By the
what
way,
the
that's
game
my
is.
favorite episode of All Real Monsters. I love that episode when he turned into a tree. I just thought it was funny. It was cool to see like Icarus just grow like leaves. I kind of wonder if that's what got me into like kind of like body horror shit almost. Like that was like the Substance. Resident Evil's kind of cool, all that kind of stuff. But man, Icarus turned into a tree. I thought that was kind of cool, kind of a cool idea.
Game is like early on. Now, admittedly, the protagonist is a little bit teen angsty and a little bit annoying, but I feel like that's the plot of the game. Is
Dude,
that over the course of the game,
every time a game has a teenager, teen angst. Oh man, come on.
he realizes, why people are how they are, why her mom is how she is, and she starts to understand things better because she matures as a person rather than just being an immature teen.
Wait,
And
what?
why people are how they are, why her mom is how she is.
Wait, what?
Angsty and a little bit annoying, but I feel like that's the plot of the game. Is that over the course of the game, she realizes, why people are how they are, why her mom is how she is, and she starts to understand things better because she matures as a person rather than just being
Oh
an immature
wow.
teen.
Wow,
And probably
wait.
by the end of
Wait, so you're telling me? Wait, hold up. You start a story, a character starts in one place, then throughout a series of events, the character grows and learns. Whoa, wait, what? Hold up. Wow. Guys, that is crazy. I can't believe he's just telling us a character has developed in the course of a story. Never would have guessed.
The end of the game, I bet her attitude changes, and I think it's supposed to be like a story of personal growth along with this fantasy plot line.
No
Okay?
way. No way.
So,
Whoa.
do I have criticisms of the game? Absolutely, I do. I actually feel that the platforming is too easy. Give you an example here. The game literally has wall running like Prince of Persia,
But
but the
this
wall
is the
running is
beginning of the
infinite.
game.
As soon as you touch a wall, you can literally run an infinite amount of time on the wall and never lose momentum or height.
Oh my
While in Prince of
god.
Persia, there used to be momentum and height elements, and you had to time jumps. You don't have to do
So
that
this is
in
the
this game.
beginning of the
You actually just
game.
infinitely wall run, which I think is kind of silly and too easy. The double jumping
Whatever.
and the floating and all of that, essentially is very simple as well. And there's not much punishment for missing a jump. You'll lose a tiny bit of health, but then just get warped back to shore. But then abnormally
Okay.
not
But that's like
adjusted
every game
to that
though.
is the combat. In the combat of the game, okay, it's very simplistic. You have a basic combo, you have a push ability, a pull ability, and kind of a stun ability. And later on, you get more like a ground slam and stuff like that. Every single enemy seems to have super armor. So whenever you're trying to do a combo, you can never complete a combo because the enemies just attack right through it, meaning it's very unsatisfying. You want to complete that combo you're doing, and you never can. You always have to dodge, interrupt what you're doing so you don't take a hit. That's another criticism I have of the game, of the combat.
Okay.
There's no block, it's just dodging. And I don't like pure dodging gameplay. I like being able to block or parry. And this
I kind of like having dodge. I prefer dodge than that because it looks really cool. Like, I mean, dude, I never use Royal Guard in Devil May Cry. I tried it once and I didn't care for it. I would much rather just switch to Trickster and then just dash around because that's way more like funny. Like, it's just cool. Like, you dash out, then dash back, continue a new combo, switch to a different weapon, switch to a different style. Like, I've been using Gunslinger more than I have ever used Royal Guard over the years. So there you go. And I don't understand how Royal Guard works. Like, I don't know what the meter is for. Like, what happens if you max out the meter? Like, I don't care. I just like Trickster more. Trickster is a much more satisfying style.
this game doesn't have that, at least early on. And then lastly, all the enemies hit you for an incredible amount of health. If an enemy hits you, you lose like a third or more of your health bar. So if you're attacking 3 or more enemies at once, if one gets behind you, you just die. The other silly thing about it is, even though the combat is kind of annoying and challenging, if you just lose, it just starts the arena over anyway. So it's not
Okay.
like there's any risk reward. If you just die, you have to start over. So are there things about the game that are valid criticisms? Yes,
How would that not be a punishment? You're starting the
for sure.
arena over.
But in general, the enjoyment of the game
Whatever.
comes from exploring
Okay.
the world, from enjoying the visuals, the music, the atmosphere, and the story. I would argue that kind of some of the platforming and the combat particularly are in there to say it's a game, and they easily could have
This
not
is-
even been in there.
Oh my god, this is like annoying. It's just crowd pleasing because he's like trying to get to the point like he likes these things, but he'll concede that the gameplay is bad, guys. You guys are right. The game is not a good game, but it's there because to make it a game. But like obviously there is like a design for the combat. That's why like they may go through some attacks. You have to like dodge and like know when to stun lock them and all this stuff. Like, you know, the issue with like hack and slashes and stuff like this is that you're not really like required to learn. Like the game doesn't really foster that. Like you can literally mash in Devil May Cry and just win. That's why like when Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition was coming out, there was like this weird discussion about frames and like frame advantage. I was like, I never in my life thought I would be hearing about frame data in Devil May Cry. Like that I was so confused. Like, do people play this game talking about frame data? Like, I don't know. Because then I started seeing people talk about that in Devil May Cry 5. Like, oh, look at this. They ruined this one combo by doing this. And now we can't do that because the frames act differently. I was like, this amount of breakdown I expect in fighting games. Not in Devil May Cry. But because at the end of the day, like, you could just mash in these games and win. You're not really like pushed. The challenge does kind of push you, but you can still like plow right through. You're not really like forced to really try a lot. You could just mash. And I feel like it's hard to take DSP seriously when he's criticizing the combat when he probably is just mashing. Like, because I find it hard to believe that they give you a full combo that you could do, but you can never complete it. There probably is a way to complete it.
In there, but then people would have complained that there's not enough gameplay elements. So, for what I was doing yesterday, all right, I was enjoying the game. Really. And if you say,
Really?
well, was the game woke? No, not at all. Some people just don't understand what woke means.
Okay,
Was
what
the
does it
game
mean?
trying to shove social issues, stereotypes,
Okay, but what are social issues? Hey, what was the other thing? Stereotypes. I mean, you could get stereotypes in games that are not woke either. Like, whatever. But how does he know there's no social commentary on this? I mean, whatever. Okay.
political values, cultural things down your throat? No.
Couldn't you argue that like since it's focused on like the bayou and like that kind of culture, correct? He was just talking about how this has you're seeing a culture in the bayou and all this other stuff. Wouldn't that be shoving culture down your throat? I mean, this is kind of what's kind of silly as well. Like if you're doing something, you want to get like the culture in there, right? Correct? Whatever. But okay.
Not at all. It's literally the story of a girl and her mother who don't really get along. The house gets swept away. The girl goes into the woods, starts getting powers, and then that's it. Like, there's nothing at all woke about the game in the first 2.5 hours. Now, maybe later on there is. But for the part that I was playing, there was absolutely nothing
Man,
whatsoever. Woke
this is really like this is the pro okay guys, this is the problem of content slop. When you have like all these videos like this game is bad and the company is falling apart or whatever, like those like kind of like rage bait videos, this is the outcome. This is what you get. This is all those YouTube videos of all these grifters saying like, "Oh, this game is this or that, whatever." This is the outcome. You get people like DSP that just get completely swept up in the culture war, and they're not like at all logical or anything. They can't even stand by their own opinion. Like, why can't you just play the game or say like, "Hey, you guys are bored. We're just gonna move on," because people have bitched about games being boring to him before, and he dropped them. Why do we need this to be about a culture thing? And the funny thing is, he did not clip this separately, which is kind of funny to me because you'd think it'd be ripe to be clipped. Like he would clip it, right? But it don't. I think it goes all the way back around for him to not clip it, and then he can brag. See, I'm not trying to exploit the YouTube system. I could have clipped when I talked about this game being, but I didn't do it. Like that's what could possibly happen from this down the line when people like try to like bring up culture war shit. He could brag about how he didn't like clip this to get clicks, but then it kind of was funny when he did that with Ass Creed. He did that with like other games and all this other shit. But whatever, it is what it is.
woke about the game. Zero.
I think low key he didn't clip it out because this was not also just talking like I think if this was talking about people on Twitter exclusively or something like that, he would have clipped it. But since this has something to do with his chat and his audience, I don't think he wanted to clip it because I don't think he wants people to like really pay attention to why he's doing this.
So anyone who says that is a fucking liar. I
Liar!
don't actually care what your take is because your take is fucking wrong. The game's not woke in the first 2 to 3 hours.
But did he ask these people? Like, again, this is what I'm saying. Like, when he's saying like, "Oh, the game's too easy, it's boring," all that, all these issues that he rattled off, were these things his chat said when he said this is not woke, and then they said that this is why it's woke, or what? I mean, sure, his chat has been bringing up Sweet Baby Inc. for a while, and I guess you could argue that that could be the woke aspect of it, but again, it's just a consultation firm. Like, a lot of these arguments are speculative. To be completely fair, you can say whatever. I mean, I'm not going to tell you what to think, but in my opinion, these are speculative. Like, I've not seen anything that was, like, very damning other than people just don't like the people who work in Sweet Baby Inc. And they just don't like the games that come out from them, but these games had issues that would have been there with and without them.
You're just lying. You want it to be woke so you can join an online hate mob and crapping on
Wait,
this.
I want to hear this
The
again.
game's not woke in the first 2 to 3 hours. You're just lying. You want it to be woke so you can join an online hate mob and crapping on this game, but there's nothing woke. Just because the protagonist is black doesn't make the game woke, you incredible fucking racists. Okay? Sorry, but I have to say it. All right? Really, I'm not going to put up with this bullshit.
He has to say it.
Just because it involves a certain culture.
Phil, are you ever wrong? How did you get so smart? Oh my god, that is my favorite chat post. You're so smart. Are you ever wrong? How did you get so smart?
Sure, doesn't make it woke. You don't even know what woke fucking means if that's what you think. You're a moron. You've bastardized the term for your own racist purposes. And I'm not going to have it. I'm not going to let anyone tell me that this game is woke at the beginning. It's not. All right? You're wrong.
Man.
You're just fucking factually wrong. Deal with it. Okay?
Like,
so as I'm playing this game yesterday.
Whatever.
Okay?
But what if it was?
I'm trying to enjoy it at face value. I'm trying to factually describe what I
like. It's so funny, right? Like, what if they find that, oh, I don't think this character's written well. I think is like, because again, as I said before, a lot of these arguments I feel kind of circle around like this idea that, oh, this is just to fill a quota. These are the like not well written characters, which is, in my opinion, that is kind of a subjective take, because someone could say that the story's not written well, whatever, and someone else could say it's written pretty well, whatever. But these are all that it comes down to, is this idea that they assume that this is not made like with any genuine like passion or idea or whatever with these characters. But again, that's very speculative, and you can't really prove or disprove the motives of a lot of companies. I mean, again, a lot of companies do this, but it's like, how can you prove what does and doesn't do it, right? Like, you kind of have to like go game by game at that point and just go off of what you feel about it. So his chat is basically saying that they find that woke. They find that this game may just be a quota filler or whatever. And that's their opinion about it. But DSP's telling them that they're wrong, because he doesn't feel that way. Now, both sides can be right in their own way or whatever. We'll never really know factually, except for taking the word of the developers that they made these characters, they wanted to make the story and the game and all this stuff. But of course, someone will say, well, they could be lying. But again, like, how do you know they're lying? How do you know they're telling the truth? It just goes on and on from that, and you're just gonna go around in circles and look like a crazy person. So that's why he could just sit there and say, okay, you guys think that's what? I mean, I don't think it is. I played it for like 2 to 3 hours. I think it's fine, but I guess you guys just don't like the game, and that's all he could say. I don't know why he really wants like to make it so that people just don't listen to like, it really is a cult moment. He just wants people to shut up and listen to only him. Listen to Phil, what he thinks about a game. That's the factual opinion. Because then he would play a game like Stellar Blade, and his chat could sit there and explain to him, like, why people like it, and he just writes off their reasoning. He writes off everyone's explanation for why they like certain things. But then when he likes something and other people don't like it, and all that stuff, they're lying and they're wrong. Like, it's the most one-sided argument you could have with this guy because he doesn't want to be wrong. He can't. It's either when he does it in an argument, he either doesn't want to be wrong and he has to be right, or he just doesn't want to concede. He doesn't want to even concede. Oh my god. Or end on it. Oh my god, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry what's going on right now. But he doesn't want to concede, or at least like be like, okay, you think it's whatever. I don't think it is. I like the game, but you guys got bored. Like, it doesn't do anyone any favors to sit there and be like, you guys say it's woke? Fuck you, you're an idiot. If you think that's woke, you're a liar. Because it's just like a waste of energy. Like, but guys, he's just caught up in the moment, okay? He's very emotional right now.
What I'm seeing in the game, give you my opinions about the gameplay elements, the art, the music, and everything.
Opinion?
And I'm actually enjoying quite a lot about the game. I'm liking the music, right? I'm liking the art design. The story's kind of out there, but I'm like, if you suspend your disbelief, maybe the story will actually get good.
Oh my god, this is so annoying. The story is out there, but you can suspend your disbelief, man. But like, it's a video game. Like, of course, like when you see your house like fly away, you're gonna be like, okay, I see the tone of this game. Oh, talking catfish. Okay, like you already know what to expect. The game is not like trying to be real. It's like, man, I don't know, whatever.
In reality, the only real complaint I had is the combat wasn't very satisfying. But maybe the combat would get better the more you level up later in the game. I don't know, okay? So as I'm playing the game, here's what happens. We go from 300 to 400 viewers, all right, to down to only less than 200 viewers, and that's combined between YouTube and Kick. And when I'm asking people, well, what's the problem?
What's the problem?
This game is woke. Why are you playing it? This game is so woke. Sweet Baby Inc. Sweet Baby Inc. Look, it's a black female protagonist. How woke? And I'm seeing these incredibly unintelligent people in my chat say this dumb shit.
Oh, man.
And I'm just thinking...
Okay. You know what? Fuck this. Let's go to that... Oh, shit. Adamfall. There we go.
That I hope you'll show up for. Remember,
we'll just go to like a random segment. Let's see. You sub withholding and drop some subs. Support. Can't believe we're lucky enough to watch this guy eat 2 takeaways. Truly magic content. Okay. I mean that's not even about the game. NJZ says interesting combat. That was too easy. Maybe we should have gone with a Grand Weaver. Oh, wait. I don't know. I'm thinking of something else. Grand Weaver. Okay, whatever. Does the gameplay feel like it has any originality? Okay. That makes hold up.
Secrets and stuff, or if it's more pad experience.
Gamepad experience.
A spinning wheel.
I like platforming.
Damn.
Yeah, that's how
those referenced in anything
injured
in like
his back.
30 years.
What?
Since I was a kid, like Cinderella, right? Or no, Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beauty had the spinning wheel.
I'm glad you're getting out of. Okay. So I don't see anyone complaining about this game being woke.
Keep those hands to yourself. We pack light for a reason.
They can't have gone far. When I find them, I swear I'm gonna. You should. Eyes open.
They won't stop looking for us, and we can't stop moving. I know y'all nervous, maybe scared, but this ain't my first time doing.
All right. Rumble DEI. I mean.
Doing this. If you trust and listen.
Okay. I mean that is a chat post.
Now come on.
To To be honest, man, the combat for me is very generic, and my biggest issue is just combat arenas that you just did. Okay. Huh.
So she was the older Weaver.
I'll take you to the river. We got a long journey ahead.
I understand. No, okay, that's something
What the
else.
fuck? Am I seeing things?
Why did she say the F word so much?
This can't be real.
That was the other thing that was weird. He started getting really like offended by her saying "fuck." Why is she saying the F word? Oh, this is a family stream, bitch. You fucking slut, right? This is a family stream, slut. Nah.
This is crazy.
Underground.
I can't stop
Okay.
Those
So she has
ghosts?
a new magic
Can't
object.
wait to hit another goal. Buying
the
fast
ghosts to
food.
the river.
Like honestly, all the cack chat. Oh my god, the kick chat seems to be more like annoyed that DSP is eating food. They just keep making it. They keep saying, "We get to eat. We get to watch DSP eat food." Wow, we're so lucky. That's all that I'm seeing from kick chat. And then on YouTube, it's like people having conversations and then like saying random things and then saying like, this game looks generic. Where are they complaining about woke, Phil? Where is it? Where's the woke, Phil? Okay, maybe further down. Oh, this is okay. These are clips.
For 20 gifted subs,
Okay.
and you can keep it for your. This is the third day, and give you both badges.
All right.
It doesn't load.
Okay. So
How about 10 subs for the? Then we can talk.
Oh my
But
god.
we have to get to the goal, and if we don't get to,
I hate.
my chat wouldn't even load there for about 5
The
minutes. It
fucking-
wouldn't
I
load
got a
properly,
deal.
Then it loaded, and now it's not working right. So it's not
Fucking-
you. I guess they did some kind of a weird update on Kick.
Okay, so he keeps talking about how like this is also was weird. He kept saying that there was some update with Kick as he was replying to people on Kick. It was really weird. And I was like, dude, just shut up. Why did you skip Kazan? Okay, I mean that's a question. Antagonist is a white lady, no positive male character at the end of the game. Hazel turns into a Wakanda superhero. Combat sucks, to name a few. I mean, but that's kind of a stupid argument. I mean, any game that has an upgrade tree that has combat like this, and you're gonna say, "Oh, they have this." I mean, that's kind of a silly complaint. But whatever. I mean, you can think of that's a bad faith argument criticism, I guess. But also like it's just like a whatever post. Like I don't know. I don't take much stock in when I see stuff like that.
On Kick, and it screwed everything up.
But that's like one person. Okay, we found one person.
Made it over the gap.
But even then, he had other complaints. Like he was complaining about the combat. I mean, I think that he should have focused more on the combat than the other stuff, because the other stuff is like, I mean, come on, dog. It's a video game. You gain powers. I mean, fucking, I played fucking Infamous, and Cole got a lot of powers. Why was that okay? Only a 43-year-old balding man would start randomly talking about the bunny rabbits in his yard. Yes. How much time are the timeouts? What?
Oh, there's a visible wall here. So from over there, it looks like.
There's a bunch of gooners with blue hair. What? Where is this guy coming from? There's
Here we
really
go.
nothing really diverse about it. It's just a bunch of gooners with blue hair. What?
Now that's platform.
I mean,
20.
but honestly, like, I'm seeing random posts that are like silly like that, and it's like, it's just the few, it seems. Like, I'm not seeing a lot of people saying this game is woke. Like, where is it? Someone saying platforming, nice. I don't think most people even use kick. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, where are they complaining about woke? Maybe it's at the beginning of the game. Hey, drop a beat up in this bayou. Okay, that's not really anything. This game is a short 8 hours long. It's giving me the PJs vibe. Remember that show? Oh, okay. I always thought you were talking about DSP wearing PJs. I was like, oh, what? Anybody calling this game woke is a okay. That one person said that. He said it, man. Let's see. Can't turn off stop. You can turn off stop motion. Yes. Big defense against criticism. You can beat in 3 streams. You can cut the motion. Yes, it's all stop motion.
No, I want performance. I one next. Okay. All right. Game is being saved. Okay, here we go. Menu iteration.
I'm just curious. Did
On
he?
the bayou. He's got
Okay. Final boss drops. I mean, okay, that's like a chat post. Okay, coffee poop time. Miss the energetic Paul who had fun playing video games. Seth Rollins. Okay. Hope this game is chill. It's okay. Let's see. Robot Chicken.
He's got a book. This stuffed animal guy has a book.
I'm not seeing anything.
The whole game this art style, I wonder. All right. Looks unique. At least it stands out for looking unique in an era when so many games look exactly
thank
the
God it
same.
looks
They
unique.
play similar. It looks different. So it's got that going for it. We'll see how that's implemented in the actual. And you're to make them big, medium, bar quality.
Okay, so it's just this random chat post said this, and then people were like dogpiling on well, not dogpiling. That's a little generous. Because only one person like was like, "Oh yeah, you're using that defense." Wow. But it's like
I'll do what it says. It says
nobody has said
recommended for TV
anything.
speaker. All right. Lead vocal on. Options. Frame limit. I think he's having major problems. Okay. So we got Scryer, Healer, Weaver, Grand Weaver, Custom Tapestry.
Oh, that's what
I'll just
Great
go with
Weaver
the
came
default,
from.
which
Okay.
is
All right.
Deep South. A power in hand. This
All right. The art looks pretty nice though.
Spanish
I will
long.
say, kind of like it.
river was last seen through a storm that seemed hell bent
So-
on drowning the whole South.
Let's see.
Meanwhile, our Hazel is packing an emergency box, fixing to evacuate quickly. A hurricane brewing on the horizon, and a mighty big one at that.
I don't see anyone saying anything.
Wish we had another meet. Another medal, too. We was fast as hell.
an objective plus down
Oh.
is like stop motion style.
Okay, I give up. Where are these people? I went through like a majority of this time. All I have seen so far is like one guy saying like, "Oh, well, they have Wakanda powers," and like the main villain or whatever is a white person. I don't know what like. It was really written like it was like one white woman. I don't know. But it's like there's a random post, and they also said, "Oh, by the way, the combat also sucks." So it's like, you know, that is probably the most inflammatory chat post I saw. But even then, it's like I could just like ignore. That's an easy ignorable thing, right? I'm not seeing people like chanting, "This game's woke. This game's woke. Don't you know this game is woke?" Where is that? Where are these people like crying about it? And then to make matters worse, he brings up at the end of the playthrough. Oh, guys, you like really call this game woke. You guys must be racist. When I can't even find any time, right? What about this old head white lady? Was okay. Let's see. They're just confused about what they saw. Okay, I bet she's the bad person. Okay. Uh, she say my name. My name if okay. I think that's like a song lyric. Uh, let's see. Oh, here we go. Okay, in Kick Chat. Let's see. Lord Lunchmeat says the voice. Okay, it's not them. We BG said DEI Works Up award goes to. So like, okay. All right, one dude so far I found mentions DEI, another buzzword in all of this. This game is somehow worse than the fat female Christian
The owl
photography
from
scene.
Labyrinth. Ever seen that movie?
Okay, that's kind of ridiculous to be fair. I mean, come on, out, dog.
I guess. The strands are still here. Maybe it wasn't a dream.
Did you hear they're making another Labyrinth movie? I don't know why.
I don't know why. Okay.
I can't go up.
So,
But I can either.
one person.
What the hell does that mean?
Let's see. Okay, talking about Labyrinth. Okay. Kinda has soy slop vibe to me so far, but that's like Lord Lunchmeat. So, two people. Okay. At least in Kick Chat. But he ignores Kick Chat anyway. Okay. Another person entered the ring. Sunset XX. Whatever. It's a little soy sloppy. Okay. Man. She is strong, independent. Okay. Alright. So, they're and then they're making jokes about the woman being by herself and like, oh, she's a strong, independent lady who don't need no man, of course, obviously. But anyways, that's like a few people. He makes it sound as if the entire chat was like revolting. And again, like these are just like side remarks, and they just don't like it because it's a modern game, which happens a lot these days. Come on.
What has happened to human intelligence? Really? Why is it that you are so, if you're one of these people who joins these hate mobs, all right, what is it that you just want to be told what to think and do rather than have an independent thought in your head? Is life really that difficult?
Oh,
that you
man.
just need to be led around like a sheep? Like there's the fucking, the herder is leading you.
Oh my
Follow
God.
me. The Pied Piper.
He learned this word Pied Piper, and I don't know where he learned it from. Whoever learned it, they're going to hell. These people who teach Phil these obnoxious fucking things, they're going to hell. They're going to hell. They're just going straight there. Because man, this is like the 50th Pied Piper. They're the Pied Piper. But it's like, dude, like, people don't just sit there and say, yeah, I am a hateful person, I shall join this movement. Like, like it's just all perceived of what they think they don't agree with. But all these people are just like assuming this game is bad because it's because SBI, because Sweet Baby Inc. is involved, so therefore it must be woke slop, whatever. If his argument is to give games a chance, just focus on that part. Like you don't need to focus on like, oh, you think this is a woke slop? Like, yeah, I mean I don't really agree with a lot of these people who are like who make these kind of complaints to begin with. But I'm not gonna sit there and spend time arguing with some of these people because at the end of the day, it's not worth it. And it's like, look, I can enjoy whatever the fuck I want, and I can play a game, and then they can just eat it, right? Correct? Whatever.
Piper plays the pipe, but you just got to believe everything you're told. What is wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
Because I'm not even kidding. Right now, people in chat are saying shit like, well, what about this game developer of the game who went on?
Let's see. I want to see what Amazing Mr. Jingle says. But Phil, here is what you're missing. If the devs put a character in a game to tick a box or to adhere to DEI, then it is woke pal. I'm sorry, but see, this is what I mean when I say like you can't factually prove that. Like, how do you know the people who made South of Midnight, right? How can you prove without a shadow of a doubt that they did it solely to fit DEI? This is all like speculative and off of like bad faith arguments because you can't really prove or disprove that. So it's like, why assume every character that has like a black character, oh, that must be DEI? But then if it's like a white guy, oh, well, I mean, that's just normal. That's natural. That must be what they wanted to make. I mean, but that's all that's going on. Every time I've seen people argue about DEI and this, it's all stuff that they can't really like convince me that, oh, this is just a fill out a checkbox, because you look at South of Midnight, it's a brand new IP to begin with. It's a brand new game. It's not like a remake or anything where they changed something. It's a brand new game that takes place in this, that focuses on this kind of like folklore and all that shit. Like, it's kind of hard to really sit there and believe, oh, it's DEI, oh, it's there to check a box. But people can have that opinion. I'm not going to say that the Amazing Mr. Jingles is a dumbass and he's a racist and he should fucking go to school. But just because I disagree with that, I can see why people think that, because there has been stuff in the past that it's just, hey, we just need this here just so that we can show that we care. Whatever. But again, it's, as I said, it's all speculative and it's like a slippery slope of like you may accuse a game that's like innocent of this of being something that it's not. People can say like, oh, well, Sweet Baby Inc is there, but Sweet Baby Inc did not bust down the doors and force themselves in. They welcomed them in, so clearly they wanted to make the game the way that it is, etc. So it's like it just goes on and on from that. But this dude is sitting there, just wants to argue about this when he could just have left it at, you guys were bored and he didn't like the game and it didn't do well support wise. But we have to talk about like this culture war where people like watch videos where they may get false information from other people, but at the end of the day, they get information from people who they think are right. Like, that's all it is.
Went on X and said white male gamers were a mistake. Was that in the game? Was I playing the game and all of a sudden on a big billboard in the game, it pops up and it said, white male gamers are a mistake. Did that happen when I was playing South of Midnight yesterday?
I tried to look this up because I wanted to get more context of this. And you know, I'm not going to say much. There's other stuff I don't like from that person that made those comments. But again, this person was only the community manager. Like, they are only in charge of like social media stuff. They're not really in charge of like making the game. And again, you can disagree with the community manager. You don't have to like him, and you don't have to support the game. I'm not saying, oh, you should support the game because of this, because people have like boycotted games for other stuff like that as well. You know, like it is what it is. And he brings this up, and he could just simply say, yeah, I don't agree with what this person said, but this person is like a community manager. This has nothing to do with the making of the game, so that's why it's irrelevant to me. But he can't really like argue that. I mean, he kind of did, I guess. It's just like, is it in the game? Is it in the game? But also, he thinks that it's someone who said that statement, who worked on the game. This person is a community manager. Like, they don't really have that much of an involvement with the development. At least from what I'm to assume what a community manager does. I mean, a community manager, I assume, does social media stuff and like things like that. I don't think they're in the room like, okay, we're gonna do this with the story, you know?
Well, if it didn't happen, then what the fuck are you talking about? If it's not in the game, it's not part of the game. You need to stop being influenced by people online and stop getting rabble-roused by
But
people who tell
they're not saying that it is in the game. They're saying that this person who said that worked on this game in some capacity. Like, again, it's a community manager. This isn't like a very worthwhile department. It's just like, yeah, just do this and talk to social media, which, you see what happens with that. Like, that's all I could say is that, like, yeah, you guys don't like this because of that, but it's fine. Like, whatever.
tell you how to
But I also like that he's mad about the internet, like, telling people how to think, but this dude in the same pre-stream was telling people, yeah, guys, people said 2XKO is gonna be bad at launch. It's gonna have, like, only 8 characters, and it's not gonna be finished, and it's gonna be terrible and stupid, and all this stuff. But I thought you want to give games a chance. What? He was just listening to other people online, and then people in his chat was listening to other people online. Don't listen to other people online, man. Listen to me. Think for yourself.
how to think and act. I don't give two fucks what anyone who made the game said on X. What I care about is if the game is good. That's it. That's the only concern I have right now as I'm playing a video game. Is this game good? If it's good, I judge it on its own merits. If it's bad, I also judge it on those merits. But I don't give a fuck about all the white noise all throughout the social media sphere of the internet that Sweet Baby Inc. was involved and this guy said this on X.
Man.
I don't give a fuck. You want to know why?
Why?
Because I have a brain between these two fucking fingers that I'm pointing right now
No, you're pointing to your
that
eyes.
can think for itself and judge for itself. I don't need to be told what to think or do. I don't need to have an
Unless it's
uproar about
2XKO,
something
right?
before I do anything with it. I can judge
But
something by
He does that so many times. See how, like, flimsy this is? Like, it's literally just sitting there like, I don't listen to anyone. I don't know, guys. People are saying this game might be bad. I don't know if I'm going to play it. I may skip it. People said this about this game. I may skip it.
something by its own merits because I have intelligence. I recommend that you all focus on what's in here rather than what's out there. You're going to get a much better experience out of life when you stop letting all of those big people screaming on the internet on their soapboxes tell you how to think and act. Okay? So,
Okay.
personally, I didn't dislike
But what if they
South of
But what if they come to the same conclusion? See, like, it's just a pointless exercise because, again, these people are not going to change their minds, because they've already determined that they think that this game is, like, woke and slop and stupid and all this other stuff. Like, they already think that. So telling them to not listen to other people, I mean, they're not going to change their mind on that. Like, he's assuming, and the other thing is he's assuming that these people are basing it off of what other people said. They can come to the same conclusion because a lot of people have been shitting on SBI to begin with. I didn't really care. I don't care either way about them. I mean, I talked about my thoughts on that company before, and even in this video, guys. But that's all you have to leave it with. I just think it's kind of like you're kind of preaching to the choir. Why not just say people didn't like it and leave it at that? Like, why bother get so worked up over how other people, like, about their other opinions? And again, he could just play the game, and even if they sit there and think, oh, this is woke slop, you could just sit there and say, like, I don't think it is, man, but, like, I think it's vibing. It's pretty fun, whatever. It is what it is. Like, what games do you like? What games do you think are better? I mean, whatever. But he can't have a conversation because he can't do it for some games.
of Midnight. There were things about it that I criticized that I thought could have been better, but overall, it felt like a throwback action platformer. It had unique art design. I liked the music, and the plot was getting interesting. But as I'm playing the game, my chats on both YouTube and Kick are telling me this game is bad, this game is woke, this game is DEI slop, why are you playing it? Stop. And then they would yell at me, and then they would leave. I'm not kidding you.
But okay, so they leave. All right. It's so funny. He tells people to leave all the time. If you don't like the game, leave. Leave! You don't want you here! Come back with the game you like! But he's making such a big deal about people leaving. But don't you want them to, wouldn't you rather have them leave? He told us that for years. Just leave if you don't like the game. And like, that's fine, right? Like, would you like, he's bitching about them bitching in chat. Then he says, then they would leave. Okay, so then they would stop bitching in chat, correct? Like, you could even argue that there's always people that are gonna leave regardless. Like, man, this is why, like, you should be more grateful with the people who stick around and they're just chilling and having a good time. Focusing on people who are like miserable and they're like complaining and they want to leave and they leave, like, you're just gonna be miserable. Like, just sit there and be like, okay, they don't like this game, okay, and they left, all right. Like, just move on and just be grateful for the people who've stuck around. Like, he's not, because you're gonna make it awkward for the people who are there. Like, you're not gonna grow an audience if you're upset about the people who left. They're gonna be like, oh man, this guy's weird. He's like more upset about the people who just left than me, who just showed up or whatever. Like, you can't. This is such a losing situation he chose to put himself in for no reason, because he's implying that, like, oh, you're saying this, you're racist, so which is naturally gonna like antagonize people to like say, I am not fucking racist, bitch. I'm saying this game is woke, and then they're gonna continue and just fire back. If he wants to be taken seriously, he could just say, I don't think it's woke. I think some of these people are just saying stuff that's speculative and they can't really like prove anything other than saying that they think that this game checks out quotas and stuff, which is their opinion. I don't think it does that, because it's a game that's set in this particular situation and it has a character that's in that situation. Like, how would I know what is genuine and what isn't? Like, I don't think it is. Then I can play another game and say, okay, this is clearly to fit a quota or whatever, and so I can say it's not. I mean, that's just how it is. But instead of just trying to carry himself as just saying this is my opinion, he spends time focusing on what other people do to get their opinion and say how they're wrong and how they should listen to me and how I'm more rational than them. Like, this is not like a healthy outlook to have.
As I started playing the game, again, we lost 200 viewers, and I received 1 super chat and 1 tip during playing. Everyone else had contributed during the podcast, and everyone else said, I'm not supporting this game. It wasn't, I'm not supporting Phil. People support Phil. Because guess what?
But this is what's so, like, dumb. This is a fucking snake that eats its own tail bullshit. I don't know if that's the right way to call it. But it's such a paradox. Okay, so support games you want to see. Okay. I don't want to support this game. Okay, then support if you like me, guys. Okay. Oh, you guys are, like, it's so weird. There's no, like, because if you give him money, you have to give him money to support the game. If you don't support the game, then you have to give him money to like him. But if you give him money because you like him, then that means you're supporting the game. So then when you say, well, I'm not going to support the game, you're not supporting me? You're not supporting the game? I don't know, maybe don't conflate the two then when you complain about support. This dude keeps saying, oh, if you want to see more of this, support the game. When I play the game, support it. But then if you and no matter how you look at it, he's going to say this, I'm not saying monetarily, you can do whatever, and it's always whatever it wants. It's such a weasel word to just describe what he wants. And that's what's annoying. This is what makes him such a devalued person to even talk to, because he doesn't mean anything. He's so fake, and he'll tell you whatever you want to hear. He won't tell you what he believes. He'll tell you what you want to hear, or whatever makes him look good. It's such bullshit.
Phil just had a birthday that was one of the highest grossing events I've ever done. The week before, I had an amazing stream. I've been hitting my goals left, right, up, and down.
Right.
It's not that people don't like me. It's that people had actual prejudice installed against this game. And when I was trying to tell you during the stream to ignore the white noise and let's judge the game on its own merits, you want to know what in general my audience told me? No, we're not willing to do that.
There are people online that will not care about other people's opinions. That's just the way it is. Like, again, if I'm sitting there and fucking trying to convince everyone to agree with me, I would go crazy. Like, sometimes you just have to walk away and realize there may not be a point into winning people's arguments. You can express your thought all you want. And I think that's fine. Like, express what you want to get across. But you don't, but know when to walk away sometimes. Like, there's a person, shouts out, if this person knows what's going on, that every time I see this person, they may say something that would get me to argue back with them. And then after a while, it's like, I just like, yeah, okay, yeah, this person is saying this stuff to get me to say things. So, like, I may reply here and there, but I just know at the end of the day that I don't need to, like, get worked up about it, because I don't need to fucking think about winning another person's argument or getting them to agree with me. Like, I love it. It's just like a lot of, like, personal issues on my end too. I mean, I'm not perfect either, but it's like, at some point you're just gonna have to understand when to walk away. Like, it's just not worth it, because I just realized, like, the more arguments I got in on Twitter and all this stuff, it's like, I'm just arguing, and it's not going anywhere, and I'm just getting more mad. I'm saying things that are more, like, antagonistic and more, and it's just gonna keep going. So it's like, I think I'm just gonna say what I want, and if people don't like what I say, that's fine too. I don't have to, like, lose sleep over it. Like, that's just how it is, you know? But this dude will sit there and, like, lose sleep over his chat and not be like, Phil said this? Hell yeah, I agree with Phil. Like, man, remember all these weird rants where DSP would go on and say, they're right! They were saying I'm right! I'm right, guys! And now he's saying all this pushback, and he's like, no, and he's mad. He's so mad. I think he's gonna keep going. I think I have a feeling we're gonna go back to the eat it anger. If more and more people just start to push back on everything this dude does, like because that's where he puts himself in. He has put himself in a very precarious. Oh my god, you know what I mean. Like, he put himself in a very specific position where it's like he could easily be knocked into loony town.
We'd much rather just be a mob, an angry group of people on the internet screaming at the game because we were told to. That is one of the worst mentalities you can have in life. And you're going to find yourself getting not only into trouble, you're going to find yourself completely being shut off to lines of inquiry, lines of enjoyment,
inquiry,
and just in general, intelligent lines of thought if you just let people lead you the fuck around forever. Do you understand that? I hope you understand.
And again, do you think it's, like, entertaining? Or, like, would you really want to, like, listen to people when they say this, that they talk to you like this? You gotta wake up! Imagine if every politician was like, guys, you gotta wake up! You gotta realize the other politician's lying. You gotta stop being led around by the Pied Piper. Like, no, you're gonna be like, oh my god, shut up.
I guess not. Because a lot of people, I guess, don't get that. All right? But I'm telling you right now.
Because to talk like that, you're only going to be talking to the people who either already agree with you or whatever. But if you're trying to explain to people about something on a grander scale or whatever, I don't think it's a winning argument to tell them that they're sheep and they're being led around and they're not going to grow. Like, you're kind of putting them in a box. Like, it's better to just explain your point. Like, literally, he could have just said, I don't think this game is woke. This game has an interesting art style and gameplay. If you guys don't think that, I get that some of you not like this game, but I've been enjoying it. If he just focused on talking about what he liked about the game, instead of focusing on, like, what people don't like about it, it might have gotten a little bit over better, but it doesn't. But it's like not worth it because especially when it comes to like these kind of talking points about games being woke or not, it's like sometimes it's just not worth having these arguments and just saying and just leaving it as it is. Oh man, whatever.
You have to stop. If we were playing this game and within the first few minutes, already it's over the top. Oh, all the white people in town are bad and all the black people are good. And it's one of these racial diatribes about how the white man is awful to black people in America and it's a big racist thing. I would have called it out. Didn't you see how I called out the Life is Strange 2?
Yeah,
Which
but
literally that was.
but the problem was that the whole story focused around these people running into bad people. Like they're not saying, "Oh, this is America." They're just showing like these kids are trying to like do whatever. I don't remember the story very well, but it's like they're trying to like do something, and then like they along the way they just kept running into like people who were like racist. I mean, they were just showing racist. They were not showing this is every American guys. Like people took it that way probably, but I mean that's not what they were going for. But again, it's like Life is Strange is the most like on the nose, ham-fisted writing you could find. So like that's why I don't really care that much to defend Life is Strange or their kind of games. It's because that is just like it's dumb. It's dumb and stupid.
Was the problem with the game is that the game was so lopsidedly bad toward that stuff that it was just over the top crazy shit. And it's like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why on earth are we saying this about our country that everyone in America is like racist and shit?
Why do they want to criticize
like
America?
that drove me nuts
Well,
in that game.
but
This
they're
game
criticizing
literally
the
that's
racism
not it at
of
all.
America. I love that he's saying that as he was just telling people are racist for calling this game woke and shit. He literally just said, "Well, everyone's racist if you think this game is woke because there's nothing woke about it, unless so they must be assuming that this black lady's woke. So therefore they're racist, or that they might be racist." But then when the game says like, "Well, these people who are trying to push these people like out of the country and like are going after them, they're racist." Okay, this is a little ridiculous, guys. Like at least Life is Strange 2 actually showed you racists. Like actual like hey they're doing stuff racially. This is just like shooting from the hip.
You know what I'm saying? It's nothing to do with that. And again, you can argue, well, maybe there's some people who worked on the game who you don't like
And he did
personal.
You know, he did follow people's opinions on AC Shadows, but the thing is AC Shadows has had a bigger bandwagon of hate. See, this is the thing. I had a feeling South of Midnight was gonna fall into these two categories. Either he was gonna drop it, which he did, but not like this though. But I also thought he was just gonna play it to completion and then like brag about how like he stuck by it and it's not woke. Like he was gonna make it be like a grand point or whatever. Because South of Midnight did not have a huge bandwagon of hate behind it. Like DSP says it did. I don't agree. Like I've only seen a few people who have said anything about this game, and even then those people moved on. Like I don't think there were a lot of people that were really like, because I didn't see a lot of people like, is Microsoft over? They just put out this game and it's doing terrible numbers. Like it's very specific. Like I kind of don't think the hate for this game is as great. I mean, sure, there's hate for the game, but I don't think it's as big as DSP wants you to believe it is. So I don't agree with this. Meanwhile, with Ask Creed Shadows, that had a bandwagon, so it was easy. So it would be a bigger uphill battle to talk about AC Shadows. Like it just had more going against him for defending that versus South of Midnight. South of Midnight, he at least was able to like, he thought he could possibly do something because he feels pretty isolated in his little community to do that kind of stuff. But that's just my opinion, man.
personal reasons. Maybe they went on X, they said nasty stuff. I'm playing the game and judging it for what the game is. All right? This is the equivalent, no exaggeration. This is the equivalent of people who don't like J.K. Rowling because J.K. Rowling says certain things
What
about
does he
trans
say?
people.
What
So
do you
because
say,
you
Phil?
don't like what J.K. Rowling says about trans people, you go and you protest the Hogwarts Legacy game.
But again,
You sh-
like J.K. Rowling openly said that any success in her properties, like, proves that she's right or whatever, like proves support of her point, whatever. Which is why people wanted to boycott anything that's involved with their properties because they don't want to support, they don't want to show support for that. I mean, of course, like it's. I mean, I don't think it matters anyway because she's probably fucking rich as it is. I mean, she's still gonna support the shit that she supports, regardless of her garbage selling anyway. Uh, I mean, whatever. But that's what was going in to why people were like pushing people to boycott the game despite the developers working on it and she's not getting any monetary gain from it. It was because she literally was like telling people, hey, if any of my projects do well, that means that I'm right. And that's not really true anyway, because there's a lot of people that probably just liked Harry Potter and would buy the game anyway, and that doesn't really mean that they support what she says. Like, it's just that simple. And to go with South of Midnight, people said the same thing about the community manager, where they don't like what this person said on Twitter, and that's their opinion. And they could say that I'm not supporting this game, and I don't want to watch it because I don't care. Whatever. Like that's on them. Like, why lose sleep over what other people do?
You shouldn't play it. Cancel the game. It's absolutely awful. Now, if you actually play the game, you would know that the people who make the game don't even agree with the things that J.K. Rowling said about trans people. And actually, there's a trans character in the game who's one of the major characters of the game that's a positive character, portrayed in a very positive way. It's not shoved down your throat. It's actually done in a tasteful way. But the people who protested that game were so dumb, they didn't play the game. So
Well,
they
they
wouldn't
saw
even know
that.
that
No,
because they were so
knew
up
that.
their own
And
ass.
also, but also, like, I think there was even a discourse about that, saying like, yeah, they threw this in, but like, look at like, it was weird. It's very like specific, and I don't know much about it, so I just don't want to like say something and be wrong. I don't want to say something that's wrong and spread that around. But I remember there was at least some discourse even about the quality of the transfer they put into that in that game anyway. But that aside, it's like they could get that information by just like looking online. But whatever.
Anti-J.K. Rowling, big angry mob on the internet, that all they wanted to do was crap on the game without actually knowing what it was. All right? This case right here with South of Midnight.
He says this, but he doesn't want to even play 2XKO. Now, of course, like, I guess the Cannon Brothers had some involvement, but I don't know by how much. Like, what did they do in that game? I don't know. I don't know. It's like a League of Legends game. Then I hear weird stuff about the controls. That I don't know. It was like people were like mad that they weren't using like normal fighting game controls. I don't know.
Midnight is completely
But then
the
DLC
flip
sounded
side of the
dumb, too.
situation.
It was like 10 years.
Where instead of
It's
people
like,
being
ugh.
angry at J.K. Rowling saying things that could be considered conservative and anti-trans, they're angry that people online who made the game, I guess, said liberal things, anti-conservative things on
What?
X and shit. So
Oh.
now this game is bad.
Oh, okay. No? Just because you said like white gamers were a mistake, that doesn't mean that's a progressive liberal thing. I mean, sure, they may be liberal and say those things. That doesn't mean that everyone there thinks that. I mean, come on. Does that? I mean, like, this is why like the a lot of people were saying about Trump voters, like, oh, these Trump voters they're all Nazis and shit like that. And I'm like saying that like a lot of the people who have that are workers have voted for Trump, and it's not. And I don't blame the voters. I don't blame a single voter for voting. I mean, I only blame the people who knew what was gonna happen and were cheering on the bad policies and only cared about bad shit happening than the people who just wanted change or felt that they heard or whatever. Like that's so I don't blame the voters for what they're doing. Because honestly, the job of the politicians is to get people to vote for them. And Kamala's did a very bad job getting people to vote for her. So, of course, the election panned out the way that it did. So, like, I don't blame voters for that at all. So him saying, like, oh, it's all of these people have the same thing, it's kind of like, does he think everyone in a political party has a hive mind? I mean, there are people who are Democrat that are critical of the Democratic Party. There are people who are Republican that are critical of the Republican Party. Like, there's no, like, perfect monolith of anything. I mean, that doesn't exist.
You're doing the same thing. Don't you get it? If you can tell me you don't like South of Midnight because the gameplay sucks, because you don't like the graphics, the music annoys you, or there's a gameplay element that's annoying, the plot is poorly written, stuff like that, I would say, fair enough. At least you gave it a shot. At least you judged for its own merit.
I have seen people say that when he was playing that game. Like, I've seen more people complain about the combat, even like the comic post I talked about. Like, literally, people weren't talking about the gameplay. There were, like, only a few people talking about it being woke, it being DI, and this and that. But, like, you know, as I said about the Kick chat, it's really hard to take anyone in that chat seriously. But whatever.
Merits, okay? But people just aren't doing this anymore. And this is actually pissing me off, because how can I play games and cover them for you if every game that I play now, apparently I'm supposed to do endless research about the people who made it and what they said on social media and what...
This is like how he got mad about Derek. Like, oh my god, like, I mean, you could say that, like, people getting mad over that tweet is dumb because it's a tweet, and secondly, like, she's a community manager, not like a very important role in game development. But, like, he could just say that. He could just say he doesn't care about what this person said, and then just focus on what he liked about the game. Like, he doesn't have to get mad about what other people don't like about the game.
Consultation companies were hired to make the game. I don't give a fuck if Sweet Baby Inc. was employed to make this game or not. All I care about is if the game is good. All right? From the 2.5 hours that I played yesterday of South of Midnight, overall, I enjoyed my time with the game.
Why doesn't he just play it? I enjoyed
the more throwback aspect.
What it is he doesn't want to, like, argue anything that's, like, related to culture war unless he's on the same page with his chat. Like, that's why he goes ham on Neil Druckmann and that because they are low-hanging fruit, easy targets. But when it's something that he likes and that people are saying this is woke garbage and fuck this game, he can't defend it. He is so bad at confrontation, and he can't even, like, describe in a meaningful way why he likes the game without putting people down. Like, do we really have to acknowledge that, oh, maybe the people in chat are shitting on the game for like illegitimate reasons or whatever? Like, do we need to focus on that aspect of the argument when he could just talk about what he likes about the game?
Aspect of the gameplay. I thought the music was quite entertaining and was good, and I thought that the plot was actually getting more interesting. The problem was, by the end of the stream, I couldn't even focus on the game anymore because my entire audience left me. They just nonstop complained in both chats about the game being too woke, which isn't even true. And then they refused to support the stream, telling me I'm not going to support this game. Not even, oh, well, Phil, I don't support you. It's, you're fine, but we don't like this game. Play something else.
But that's what
do you see the problem here?
But that's what they said. Like, see how much you have to talk to him like a baby? Okay, Phil, I'm not supporting this game. See how fucked up that is? They didn't say that, oh, I'm not going to support the game. I will come back when you play a game that I like. Like, that's what they implied. They implied by saying I'm not supporting the game. So, therefore, but what's also funny is that when people said this before, he would always tell them, you weren't going to support anyway. So it really is like he just wanted to have this argument for some reason. Why? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, because I don't know why he would want to argue this.
Do you get it?
Do you get it? Sippy sip.
So here's the deal.
Here's the deal.
I have to do something that makes sense for me and my audience and my business. All right? I'm going to do an analogy, and everyone's going to laugh because I always do food analogies, but they work.
Ah, yes,
Okay?
the sandwich
Let's
shop.
say I opened a sandwich shop. And typically I did Philly cheesesteaks and chicken bacon ranch sandwiches. Those are the two that were like big, that always got people to come in and buy the sandwiches. They were the
Okay.
best sellers.
Right.
And let's say I said, you know what? I'm going to try a new sandwich. It's going to be a Southern shrimp po' boy sandwich. I've never really done stuff like this before, but we're going to test it out. All right? So we start selling the Southern po' boy sandwich. Now, particularly, that sandwich isn't poorly made. It's not bad ingredients or anything like that. It's just for whatever reason, the customer base doesn't want the po' boy sandwich. They prefer.
But you know what's dumb though? Already, this is a terrible analogy coming from DSP. When any restaurant tries something new, guess what DSP says? Why would I go to this thing? Like, what was it? Was it a Taco Bell thing? But I mean, I'm sure he also shot at McDonald's because I think McDonald's does pizza in certain locations. Like, why would I want to try it there? What? This is stupid. Why would I want this? Why do they want to do something different? Huh? But now he's like making an argument where he's making an example where he would try something different for his restaurant, which isn't very different already. Like off the bat, it's not. He's running a restaurant shop, a sandwich shop, and he wants to make a different kind of sandwich. It's still a sandwich. A sandwich shop is making a sandwich. I gotta hear this again. Maybe I'm dumb.
All right? I'm going to try a new sandwich. It's going to be a Southern. To support the stream telling me I'm a problem here? Do you get it? For me and my audience and my business. All right? I'm going to do an analogy, and everyone's going to laugh because I always do food analogies, but they work. Okay? Let's say I opened a sandwich shop. And typically I did Philly cheesesteaks.
It's a sandwich shop. And the thing he's going to venture out doing is making, get this, a sandwich. I think it would be more like apropos to say like, oh, I opened a sandwich shop, and instead of making sandwiches, I want to make pizza. I want to try to make a pizza, so I get the ingredients, and the pizza's not bad. It's something different, and this and that. Like, that would be a better analogy than I open a sandwich shop, so I make a sandwich. And you won't believe what I do next.
Chicken bacon ranch sandwiches. Those are the two that were like big, that always got people to come in and buy the sandwiches.
No sandwich shop makes just two sandwiches. Come on.
Best sellers. And let's say I said, you know what? I'm going to try a new sandwich. It's going to be a Southern shrimp po' boy sandwich. I've never really done stuff like this before. That's not that drastic. But we're going to test it out. All right? So we start selling the Southern po' boy sandwich. Now, particularly, that sandwich isn't poorly made. It's not bad ingredients or anything like that. It's just for whatever reason, the customer base doesn't want the po' boy sandwich. They prefer the Philly cheesesteak and the chicken bacon ranch, which continue to sell well.
Right.
But the po' boy just doesn't get over with the audience at all. They don't like it. All right?
But they're also not shitting on it.
Should I keep making the po' boy sandwich anyway?
Oh my god, he is so lost. I thought this was gonna be like, so I do this, and then the customers were all saying to me, instead of just not ordering it and all this stuff, they're like coming to me and says, oh, I want this, but that sandwich I didn't eat is garbage. It's terrible. It's stupid. I thought that's where this was going. But instead, it was just, nobody cares for this sandwich. Should I keep making that sandwich? this dude is really confused about what he's complaining about. So we started off by saying, I don't know what to do. The chat was disengaged. Okay, let's talk about culture war shit. Okay, let's go back and talk about sandwiches. Okay, let's talk about how nobody cares. Like, what is this rant?
Should I just say, you know, even though it's not making any money and everyone's complaining they don't want it, all they want is the Philly cheesesteak and the chicken, should I continue to put time and money invested into this chicken or this shrimp po' boy that no one's buying? Or should I say, all right, I tried it. It didn't work. It's not for my customer base. It is what it is. Move on.
What if someone likes
That's
it,
the
though?
mentality that in the last 6 to 8 months,
But
I've
usually,
now tried.
But usually, sandwich shops, when they try something new, they keep it going for like a couple days to get more data than just day one, right? DSP played South of Midnight day one and said that's it. Like, you realize that certain times of day there's different kind of customers. So why doesn't he try South of Midnight at night and see the audience, how the audience at night would take it? But the problem with that, in my opinion, is I think the audience in the daytime and nighttime are the same people for the most part. There might be like one or two different people, and one person leaves. I don't know.
All right.
All right.
And I hope that you understand,
I don't understand
where I'm coming
Phil.
from.
Give me
Because
another.
people now are giving me shit, saying, how dare you drop so-and-so game? Whether it's you didn't play Metaphor, you dropped Final Fantasy VII.
Again. He said at the beginning of the year, it's okay, I'm going to start dropping games. I don't have to beat them. I don't have to play them. I'll play them as long as you guys are engaged, and then I'll drop them. He said this the beginning of the year, basically. And suddenly, that's out the window. And then he brings up these other games. Final Fantasy VII, he literally was telling people he was going to put it on hiatus because of Elden Ring. He has a tweet saying, don't listen to misinformation, it's not canceled. Then he quietly cancels it. Because honestly, he just does not want to see Tifa and Aerith in bathing suits. I mean, come on. And it's not even that long of a segment, okay? To be fair. And it's not even like amazing. It's not like the game like just zooms in on anything. Come on. But he skips that. He plays the beta of Metaphor, cries about it not getting attention. But this game, it's like he decides to argue about why people didn't care about it. Okay.
VII Rebirth. You dropped Stalker 2. You're not even going to give South of Midnight more than one stream. This and this and this. All right? In business. Business. Why on earth would you continue to do something that's not working? Why wouldn't you say, listen, okay, I tried something.
Listen, bitch.
It was worth a shot. Sometimes when you try new things, they work. Sometimes they don't. If they don't work, then you acknowledge that and you move on to doing things that do work, or you try something else different. Correct?
So if that's, but you know, he said this for years. For years, he has said this. Like, literally. You could go to, like, sometime in 2017, maybe, 2018, maybe. He would say, well, I'm doing what you guys said, guys. You guys don't want this. Whatever, it's not getting the support, blah, 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 blah. This isn't new. Why? This is another rant saying how it's okay for him to drop games again. How many times is this gonna happen? And of course, people are gonna say, wow, he has never beaten a game. Okay, wow. People are gonna say that. You wanna know why people are saying that, Phil? Because you used to brag about finishing games.
So if yesterday I tried
like,
South of Midnight.
This is the shit he says when people say he's wage quitting. But it's like, we're at a point where he's no longer wage quitting, supposedly, even though we're still playing Disco Elysium.
Particularly, I didn't dislike it, and I was curious to do another stream. But if the entirety of my audience is telling me the game's not good, it's too woke, and we don't enjoy it, right? That's what they're saying. Even if it's not even factually true, right? Let's say that.
Well, it's not
Let's say
factually based.
factually the game actually isn't bad, but people just saying they don't like it. It doesn't even really matter, does it? What matters is, am I putting out something, a product for my audience that they want? Yesterday, through your app.
I kind of wonder if he pivoted because he started seeing people getting mad at him, so he pivoted from going on whatever rant he was gonna do before the sandwich rant to then like circling back to, well, actually, I'm doing something cool for you guys. You see, you guys didn't like it, so I'm gonna listen to you and drop it. So I think that's what's going on. He's trying to soften the blow. He's trying to, like, without apologizing, he's trying to be like, see, guys, I'm just listening. I'm opening my ears.
Your actions of tuning out of the stream, disengaging from the content, telling me that the content was bad because the game was too woke, and not supporting the stream, those actions told me you don't want this product anymore. Move on and do other things.
What if I want this product?
So that's what I'm going to do. So if you now come back at me and say, hey, Phil, why do you drop all games? Why are you a quitter? Why are you not finishing games anymore? And I'm upset with you. I have to be very honest and upfront with you. All right? Because when you are doing something that your customers don't want, you stop doing it.
Right.
Maybe you're one of the few customers who did like the Shrimp Po' Boy, and you're upset.
But then guess what happens, right? Let's say that I don't want to be begging, so I stopped giving him money. Guess what? He's going to go back to begging harder and say, guys, just give me money because if you like me, okay? You don't have to like the game. Like me, whatever. You will just double down on that. It's kind of ridiculous.
That I'm not going to continue to make it. But if I only sold 5 Shrimp Po' Boys, but I'm selling 500 each of the Philly cheesesteak and the chicken bacon ranch, I have to do what people want to keep afloat.
I never heard of a Shrimp Po' Boy.
Right now, I'm being pulled in a million directions. People want me to finish ongoing playthroughs while I start up new games. They want me to play indie games, AAA games, middle-of-the-road games. They want me to do other...
But the indie games he plays are such, like, shovelware. The only one that's not shovelware is Disco Elysium, but that one someone had to buy it for him. Like, it's so annoying. Like, this is a semi-tangent about him and fucking indie games. Like, he was, like, at all these games. This is, like, months ago. This is back in March, I think. He looked at this one game that looked actually pretty cool. It was, like, a game that looked like Earthbound or whatever. And he's like, this looks weird. I don't know, man. And he just was not, like, interested because he was looking for indie games where he could just put the controller down. He didn't want an actual indie game that's a game. It's so annoying. And that pissed me off the whole time. It's like everyone was giving him like these suggestions and he just ended with digging a hole. Let's play that. I'm like, fuck off.
Other stuff like wrestling commentary. They want me to bring back my throwback nights that I haven't done now since last year. They want me to build the new Piranha Plant Lego. I'm being pulled in a million directions. I have to do with my time as people are going to see fit when it comes to what they feel is valid for their viewership, their time, and their support. Why on earth, if I'm being asked to do a million things, why would I do things that no one wants me to do? Even if I want to do them. Because that's the other thing that a lot of people don't understand.
Nobody wanted him to do like
Phil,
a dragon.
Doesn't that mean you don't have passion for games? No, that's not true at all. What I'm doing right now, this segment during the podcast, is showing you that I have passion for what I do.
Oh my god.
Because if I didn't, I would just have been like, well, it didn't work. That's it. Moving on. And I wouldn't have ever mentioned it ever.
This is really, really childish logic. I mean, you could be passionate and not and all this stuff, but it's like you're more passionate about dropping this game and why it's getting dropped than actually playing it. Like, okay, if you really liked South of Midnight, why haven't we heard less about the game and what he liked about it and more about what other people thought, right? And he's talking about all this other random shit. And then he's like, well, I'm dropping the game. See, I am passionate because, like, I guess he could argue He's passionate about streaming. Streaming, guys. Not gaming, streaming. And I guess that's a point, I guess. But he just, come on.
Did ever again. We would have never had this segment, and I never would have had to justify my feelings about what happened yesterday. I would have just blown it off and not given a shit. But I do care.
But he thinks he thinks that kind of attitude is like you're not showing that you care for your audience and this and that, but like your audience is there to be entertained and all this other stuff. Like we can assume like, oh, he cared about playing this game, whatever. It's really weird. I don't know how to describe it. Like there's something there's like a way I want to describe this, but I can't think of it. Like the best way I can like. I guess what I'm thinking about is like, when your parents scolds you and as you're a kid you're like, oh my god, why are they yelling at me? But then your parent tells you, look, I'm mad at you not because I'm like that I don't love you anymore. It's because I care about you. Like it's that kind of argument, and I think that's what it is. I think that's what I'm like getting at, because that's all this is. I said this before. It really is like he's going through like, man, I wish I had a kid. Well, I'm going to treat everything like my kid. Because he talks to his audience like they're children. Like, this is literally what, like, your parents tell you to tell you that they care about you. See, I would let you, like, do this. Yeah, it's not, like, harmful, but, like, I would brush it off. But see, like, I'm not going to do that because I care about you. But it's like, that makes sense for that specific thing. This is you playing a video game and dropping it. A lot of people drop games all the time, and they don't have to have a speech about it. And I think it's also kind of bad when he wants to show that he cares by also, like, shitting on you on top of that and talking down to you. This is, like, the most abuser behavior that he has done in a while. Just, like, pushing you down the stairs. I'm like, look, I could brush off that you fucking spilled a glass of water, but I didn't, and I cared about it, so that's why I pushed you down the stairs. Okay? Like, come on.
I want you to understand that I have passion for what I do, and it disappoints me that I'm seeing increasingly people being influenced by online mobs and not even giving games a fair shake, because the case is this may happen more and more and more in the future.
Yeah, you told us this
year.
Online
Online mentalities of politics and culture
and
are becoming big.
You know what? He shat on people for doing this, but I guess this is his get out of jail card, right? Because he said, well, these other streamers, they would just drop the game and move on. Drop the game and move on. Like, and then now he can say, well, I'm actually telling you why I'm dropping it. But it's like, you're the only one who thinks that it matters.
Bigger things, right?
And I'm going to give you shit about it because
tell you how many times
it's just the piss
something's
you
not
off.
out yet. A movie, a TV show, a game, a piece of music. And all you hear about is the controversy behind it, this and that. But it's not out yet. How can you even judge it yet?
He shat on Snow White. A movie at the time wasn't out yet. I mean, to be fair, it's a shitty movie. I mean, honestly, every live-action Disney movie is bad. I really don't know why people are surprised that they suck, but whatever. But he did that, I guess.
It's not out yet, but they do, and this influences
he knows
how that thing is received.
He shot on Bayonetta 3 without even playing it.
And now it's affecting me in my streams. It is like, it just doesn't make sense. But that's what I need to start doing, I guess. Like, do I have to literally judge every single game that I play? Am I supposed to be doing all this research ahead of time?
Yes.
Was there social discourse behind it? Did someone make a mean tweet that pissed people off that was involved in the development of this game? Who the fuck cares? And the truth is, no one should. People should stop being such crazy drama queen sissies about this shit.
Like,
and if you don't care about a game, don't
look
play
it up.
Or if you want to see someone's opinion on a game, watch them play it before you buy it. But if you're joining online hate mobs before you've even seen a piece of anything from a game or a movie or a show, you are completely missing the point of what it is to be an independent, intelligent human.
Oh boy. Wow.
Yesterday really upset me.
Thank
If
you
you
for
can't
telling me
tell.
this,
That's why
Phil.
I'm talking about this at
Now
length
I
on
know. I
today's
need to be a
podcast.
big brain.
I want people to be open-minded when they come to my streams and understand that we're going to judge together if a game is good on its own merits. Not what they told you or this issue or that. Just, is the game good? I did the same exact thing with Hogwarts Legacy. Do you remember? And do you remember that I really
Oh,
liked the first
man.
half of the game and I actually disliked the second half of the game, and I told you that?
Wow, it's
So I want the ability to
okay.
do that. But then you have to give me the benefit of the doubt.
Why?
You have to believe me when I tell you a game isn't woke or isn't slop just
So-
because someone
Why is it that, like, when someone else says it's woke, we can't listen to them, but we can listen to Phil to tell us what's woke or not? I mean, what makes you, like, you didn't even know about this until, like, 2 years ago, or whatever the fuck. I mean, it's whatever, honestly. Like, it's just bullshit. Like, whatever, okay? Okay.
someone else told you that, we're fucking playing it together right now. Can you please open your
And
eyes
you know,
and start?
he's saying this, but he went off by what other people said about other people all the time. Like PPP told DSP that Rich was high all the time and this and that, and he just went with it and was like, yeah, he's high all the time. Then Rich was like, I'm not high all the time, Phil. Yeah, yeah, man, I know you're not high all the time. Okay.
Start watching and listening and understanding for yourself rather than just hearing the hate moms? Because if
Hate
not,
moms.
life's
Hate
gonna get
moms.
pretty fucked really soon. That we can't even
Life is
play
already
anything because
fucked.
everything is hated by everyone on
Life
the
is
internet.
already fucked,
There's
Phil.
a reason that everything sucks.
Come
That's
on,
an
wake
awful
up.
toxic mentality to go through life about. You know? I defended Hogwarts Legacy when it came out.
I don't think gamers
And
are
I'm
gonna ruin the
gonna
world. I think it was
defend
already ruined.
A game like South of Midnight, when people act like that when it comes out, you know, because I'm just being honest about what I'm seeing. And I hope that you understand where I'm coming from. All right?
Okay.
I'm not here to be anyone's dad. I'm not here to be your idol or guru of gaming. I just want people to stop.
See, look, he doesn't want to be a guru, but people need to listen to him. But he also would complain about how nobody listened to him to prevent people getting scammed because of that Twitter thing that was going on. He literally was saying all this shit, and I was like, I'm not no one's dad. You have to listen to me, man, but listen to me.
With this toxicity all around life
Toxicity
now.
in my city.
You know, I just don't get it. I don't. Why does everyone have to be so hateful towards everyone now?
Why do they be hateful?
And that, by the way, that goes both ways. If there was a game developer of South of Midnight who went on X and said something stupid and racist against white people, then they should be called out too. But again, that doesn't completely
Again.
spoil the end product. It just means that that person is kind of an asshole, right?
Okay.
And by the way, there's a lot of
Right.
assholes in life. And if you think you're ever going to disassociate yourself entirely from things assholes are associated with, you're going to be living in a cave by yourself for the rest of your life because there's a lot of assholes out there.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Right. I'm looking at one right now.
But yeah, I don't even know what to do moving forward when it comes
Fucking
to these
king-
kind of games
That
now.
game picture just
You know,
shows up
so
like,
just because
remember
a game
who's
has some
your
kind of a social
ruler.
thing going on online or an issue, I guess I just got to skip it. Just stay the fuck away from it. Because God
Oh
forbid
my
that I play it,
God.
everyone will
That's
just
every
complain one way or
game.
the
That's
other.
That's gonna be every game.
And I can't win. Even if I like the game,
Okay.
right?
Whatever.
Yeah, I'm not allowed
You
to.
can't
I
even
guess,
own
right?
it.
How
You can't
dare
even
Phil
own it.
like or dislike something that doesn't agree
Whatever.
with the online hate mob? I don't know what to say.
I like things that people don't
you know,
like.
and it's
and I'm
disappointing.
able to sleep at night.
It is.
If I cared
for
about what
people to
people
actually
care
say,
about,
"Well,
I
Phil,
man,
It's not
I play
you,
Guilty Gear
it's the game.
Strive. I
So we're
I
actually
can
going to
deal
tune
with it.
out, and we're going to come
Yeah.
back later when you're not
man.
playing that particular game that we all have an online hate boner against. What the fuck? It didn't used to be like that. I used to be able to play whatever. Even if it was a game you liked, you hated, or somewhere in between. People wanted to see Darkside Phil play to get the true,
But people
honest
still shat
opinion
on
on
it.
Now
but
it's
he
just
would
like,
tell.
people
But he
just
had
don't
rants.
wanna-
He has rants of telling people, if you don't like what I play, come back later. He literally would tell people that. Come on.
Tune in at all. Like people even said, right? Even how people said, I'm sorry, I got distracted by a moron over on Kick that I had to
All
get rid of.
right.
Well, anyway, I'm not going to play it anymore because I'm not going to put up with it. And I'm not going to be, like I said, I have to make judgments based off of what people are going to show up for and care about. I can't play this game. Like, I'm literally
Why?
not allowed to. And the
Why?
truth is, I wasn't in love with the game either.
Oh
But certainly,
my
this
God.
would have been.
He wasn't even in love with it. This is so stupid. This amount of like rant that we got just for him to say, "Well, I'm not even like I don't even love the game." You went on a rant for a game you don't even love. Dude, like Guilty Gear Strive has a lot of people who don't like it because it's a modern fighting game and all this other stuff around it. But I still love the game. I love that game. I like Exard more, obviously, but I love Strive because I played it a lot. It's a fun game. I love as many issues as there is with it. I will still love that game. But I'm not gonna sit there and be like, well, this guy online says it's stupid. Oh my God, I can't go on.
A game that I would have at least given a second shot to, done a second stream. But if the first stream is a miserable failure,
You're a miserable
right?
failure.
Less than 200 viewers, everyone complaining they don't like the game, and me getting like $10 out of it, I'm not going to play it anymore. I'm going to do other things. And I hope you
Get it?
understand. I have to do the right thing.
Do the right
And
thing.
sadly, that's the right thing in the modern day is since I have the ability to jump between games, I can afford to play whatever game I want. I'm not limited to only
Again,
one
he went in
platform
knowing he
anymore.
could
I can
drop
only
the
buy
game.
a console game. I can only get a game when
He
I have the
can
money
drop
for it
the
this week. That's not the
game.
case anymore.
Guys, I
right?
could drop the game
So,
whenever, guys.
I have to do the right
Again,
thing.
I have to do the right
play
thing.
the stuff that people are going to be here for. Okay? Fair enough.
Is
I
there
hope
drama
that
with
makes
it?
sense.
Expedition 33? I
If you
don't know.
disagree, well, I
Eat
don't know
it.
what else I could do to change it besides say, well, then you should have been here for the stream.
What if they were there for the
You know, you
stream?
should have been here.
What if?
I can't
But
dedicate.
But again,
10
isn't the point
streams.
of archiving videos so that if you can't catch the stream, you can watch it on demand? But he favors streaming, which is fine. But he acts as if like you're supposed to watch the stream and the archive. It's really weird.
To a game that everyone is hating on. It just doesn't work. I have to adjust on the fly. I do have to be more flexible when it comes to these things moving forward. And this is something very different than the old DSP who would play every game to completion because he couldn't afford to buy games. Now, we're going to be doing these adjustments based on how stuff goes. So understand that. If there's a game that you particularly like, show up, engage with it, and support it. If there's a game you don't like, I get it, skip it. But then don't complain after the fact that you don't like the fact that I'm continuously playing a game or not playing a game.
But
It
these are
really
not the
is a
same
back and
people.
forth thing.
Whatever.
You know? So
Okay.
there you have it. Listen, trust me. There's tons of games I would have loved to play that I didn't play, like Metaphor and stuff like that. I just couldn't get my audience to enjoy it.
Okay.
On the flip side, we just had a marvelous playthrough of Suikoden 1. where it
that
was
was marvelous.
Supported very well, and people were here engaging and loving the playthrough every time we played it. So it's not even like a particular kind of game. It just seems that certain games have that audience and support,
Why
and
does he
others
give Metaphor
don't.
another
Okay?
chance? That's an RPG. Why not
So,
give it another chance?
yeah. If anything, the only thing I can end this
Whatever.
with, because then we got to do shout outs and end the show. Please try to have more of an open mind
Yeah, man.
and do yourself a favor. Don't do me a favor. All right? Do yourself a favor.
Eat pizza.
Think for yourself.
Oh.
Don't just jump on online mobs and hate mentalities. There's very good reasons why you might look at South of Midnight and be like, this game is not good and it's not for me. But none of the things that I were seeing said in my chat actually were truthful. And the fact that
okay.
people tuned out from that playthrough because of lies, because of drama, because of online rabble-rousing bullshit,
More about the
that
game
pisses
than you,
me
though.
off.
I mean,
because it's just going to be a matter of time when you end up getting a game that actually is really good. I mean, maybe that's not South of Midnight, but what if the next big game, again, gets caught up in all this drama bullshit? Now
What
we
if?
can't just play it. Now I got to
we
pussyfoot
can.
around it. Now we got to deal with this. Can we stop?
Ow.
And just think instead
Yeah,
of
no, we
act.
stop.
All this emotion. Everyone's so, oh, my
Emotion.
emotions.
Oh my
I'm so
god.
offended by
This fucking like anime villain. Oh, my emotions. Aren't humans silly with their emotions?
emotions. Oh. Calm the fuck down.
Calm down.
Take a step
Shut
back.
up.
Relax for once in life. Just think of it this way. If really the most insensitive thing, like the thing that's really pissing you off today is because a video game is woke and has Sweet Baby Ink in it, maybe you should actually look at your life and be like, I'm blessed to know that the thing that affects me negatively the most today is that. Because your life could be way worse.
Oh my god, dude. This life could be way worse shit, dude. Wow, what a take. Yeah, life could be way worse, right? So then when you complain about not getting food or whatever the fuck, I'll remember that. Oh, well, at least you didn't lose a leg, right? Oh man, okay.
You could have a debilitating disease. You could be poor or unemployed. You could be dying and starving, right? You could be in the middle of a war zone where there's a civil war going on and everything around you is getting shot down and blown the fuck up.
Oh my god, dude.
But if your most concerning issue is that Sweet Baby Inc. was involved with South of Midnight and that one of the game developers made a
bullshit,
negative, insensitive tweet,
is it
then
a
maybe
red
you should
herring?
try
I
to
don't
get
know.
stuff in perspective for yourself. You know what I'm saying? And if
But
someone
this
else
perspective
happens to
shit's
like the
really
game,
dumb.
maybe you should let them.
Like,
Instead of just crapping on their parade and telling them how wrong they are for liking a woke game.
See, this is the thing. This is the thing. Two things you can piss DSP off easy. Telling him he's wrong, and telling him to apologize. Two ways to get him really pissed off. If you tell him that he's wrong, or that he has to apologize, you're gonna get angry, Phil. That's what normal, well-adjusted people do.
God fucking forbid that someone have an independent thought in their brains.
Oh my god, dude. And I hate that he wears this. He would mock V-necks, but look at this fucking shirt he's wearing.
All right, let's do
Too
some
much
shout
skin.
outs.
Cover up. You don't want to see it. Why can't he just wear a shirt underneath it?
I got a $5 super chat from a troll, literally saying that I should just operate my business with absolutely no goals and no trying to raise any funds or be profitable because I had a really good birthday.
That's not what he said, but okay.
Sounds
let's be
great.
negative.
That sounds amazing because, you
He
know,
said
again,
one
like
day.
any other business,
One
when you have
day.
a really good day of business, you make sure that you don't ever have to do good business
But-
ever again.
But here's the thing. I talked about this in another video, I feel. These other businesses do not berate the customer to give them money to support them. The ways he gets support, he makes it sound as if like he's saving money and he doesn't have to go every day and this and that. But this will then talk about pacing and the shit like that. But whatever. I'm not gonna bother with the rest of this. Let's just do a vibe check on today's stream. Oh god. Hopefully this. Let's just do the cold open. What does he say? Hold on. Let's see. Oh, 16 out of 150. South of Midnight got more money than that, guys. I'm just gonna say it. You should go back to that. The market wants it. It can't bear this game. Oh my god. Come on. Alright. I feel like there's gonna be a secret drama segment in this. I just have a feeling. Oh my god. I don't know why. I every time I try to catch this, it fucks up. Oh god. No, let's let it roll out.
Good morning, everyone.
This looks
Are
so
you
funny.
ready? Today is going to be a chill day. That's right. On today's show,
Resolution's
it's a
so
very
bad.
laid-back atmosphere because today we're not really talking about too much. We got a brand new
Oh.
game that's come out absolutely out of nowhere
Out
that
of nowhere.
everyone seems to be praising. And if anything, maybe the discourse should be, why are we talking about a small-time, almost not heard of game that's on Game Pass and PlayStation Plus rather than all the big AAA releases?
We are again backhand complimenting indie games. Like, it's such a terrible thing. But what AAA game came out? Like, what like, nothing's happening right now, Phil. And he's like, oh, I mean, I guess south of midnight, but I mean, okay.
Leases. Might be an interesting topic, no?
Oh, God. There is secret drama. Oh, my God. He fucking was like, I'm going to bait you to do a 10-hour video again.
We're also going to talk about how yesterday went.
Oh, man.
And more, but it's going to be a very laid-back atmosphere here on the show. So, sit back
Guys,
and relax.
oh,
It's
no.
time for the Level 1 podcast.
All right. I did what I needed to do. See back, guys. This is ridiculous. I did a 4-hour video again. What happened? Oh my god, that is so good. Oh my god, I gotta screen cap that. I gotta screen cap that. Oh my god, this is perfect. See, sometimes like I get annoyed when YouTube like does this, but it is so good. Can it go lower? Can it go any lower? No, 144 is the lowest. And that's such a funny, like, oh my god, I'm so glad I got it. Alright. I'm gonna end it. Thank you for watching this long video. I can't believe it. I'm doing more 4-hour videos again. But on the bright side, I got green screen and effect. Look at this. Look at this. Isn't this cool? And I would argue, this might be better than DSP's green screen. Look how good this is. It doesn't cut off that badly. Dude, this is my green screen is better. Well, green screen tech, guys. This is pretty cool. Oh, damn it. Well, whatever. But mostly it works. Mostly it works fine. So that's pretty cool. We did I learned something new. I advanced my videos. I can now do whatever I want in the background, and you guys gonna have to eat it. Yeah, you guys probably thought this would never happen. Yeah, this is viewers canvas number 1. You see me there on here. There's Cleo, the goated cat. Damn it. I was thinking of my brother's cats today, so that I had Tiago and Yuxi on my mind. Rabbit, and other characters. Ragyu Kiryuin from Kill la Kill. I don't remember who this guy was. I think this guy's from Firefly. I want to say this is from like the Atelier games. Tevin is up there. He got cut off. Got a character from Tenchi next to Cleo, and I think this is Naoto. From the hit game Persona 4 Arena, obviously. But anyways, thanks for watching. See you in the next one. Bye.